However, GMDA, another one, AXGT, interesting press release, gap down, selectively reported data yesterday. I like how they said that, selectively reported data. HIMX, gap up through the 200-day moving average. I think I actually have this as a bit of an E-play, an earnings play for HIMX. Give me a second here, guys. Just have to see if Michael's still in my computer. Oh, well, I'll keep going. HGen, another gap up. HGen. Now, this one I could not find any news on it. There has to be some news. Let me see if I have my computer back. IOVA, I could not see any specific news on it. But it is gapped way down. Another small one that is gapped way down is CRBP, negative results. I think it's late stage too. Also an upgrade, believe it or not, 2 upgrades to $50 for IOVA this morning, trying to defend the stock. I just couldn't see the news for it. I still don't see the specific reason why this one is down. I see Barclays and somebody called Chardon Capital. Barclays maintaining, well, I think Chardon is a $50 target. Anyway. Pola is another one. We're going to just call them EV plays. EV, lithium. Now this is pulled way back though, 476 right down to 410. And let's see, what else do I have here? So that IPOC, I wasn't able to display. I didn't have control of my computer when I was doing this, but this is really pulled back. IPOC, another one of these SPACs. But I think one of the reasons, I may be wrong, but it's not sexy enough. I know it's Clover Health, and it's just not, I think what investors want right now with these SPACs or anything to do with EV, lithium, anything like that. And right now, so even though it looks like it's got some pretty heavy hitters behind it with Google, but right now this is a no-go, IPOC. HIMX, so now I can start to show some of these. I wasn't able to show them. HIMX. So it appears that this is an earnings play. And, even though we say November the 5th pre-market yesterday, I'm seeing news today about earnings, preliminary Q3 results, etc. So this appears to be an earnings play today, HIMX. Looks like there could be a lot of resistance right up in this area here. So I don't know how much further this can go. Well, if you look at the press release that I saw, that the news this morning on AGTX, that's ugly looking. Oh, no, no, no. I didn't hold anything overnight. I rarely hold anything. Why is this looking like this? It's AXGG. You got me. Why are you doing this to me? It's AXGG. But, you know, it's under pressure after selectively reporting gene therapy results. Selectively. Keyword. Okay, just a second, please. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to just put myself on hold a little bit here. Again, tech is taking over my computer for a bit, trying to get this YouTube thing going. Sorry, guys, just distracted a little bit here. What channel? Of course, I don't use the channels anymore, but I think we have a Gap and Go channel or something like that. Show the show. Don't we have a Trade the Gap? You can try Trade the Gap, Jimmy. Okay, a channel called Trade the Gap. Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Guys, just give me a second here, please. I'm just trying to see if I can get the pop-up working on the YouTube channel. If I can, I'm just going to have to forget about anybody listening to me on YouTube. I may not be able to answer any questions. Oh, there I am. Or there it is. Okay. All right, so what time is it? 9:20. So I'm just going to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. See if we're keeping with the general theme. Actually, about even now in terms of upgrades and downgrades. So let me get some of the upgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Whoops. Okay, so again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? And nothing will happen in these three windows. This, you'll start to see some alerts right at 9:30. Nothing in here until at least 9:45, both in the up and down. That's on purpose. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes of the day. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I did take that pre-market trade. And thought I did really well, but I'm not really going to complain. Going from 202 to 240 in like literally just seconds, it seemed. And you know, with a, I don't know how I can help you, Dream Pro. I'll give you the link again for the room. Not sure how I can help you. It's not down. I mean, obviously it's not down. Here it is. You can see it right there. So okay, what time is it now? 9:23. So I think I'm up and running in the YouTube feed. Thank you, Michael. I see CL. Wow, look at this craziness. Look at CLSX. It popped all the way up to 1427 or so. Pulled way back down to 1290. So careful on these. So how is that ETF for the SPACs doing? SPAK. Little gap up. Another one that is still alive here is WVE. A little bit of a pop here, trying to come back again. WVE after being just crushed. And we'll take it easy on day 2 and day 3. And even day 30, okay? Just take it easy. All right, this is another one that was up, MICT. It's popped up. It was actually shortable, but I looked at this. Well, when I looked at the spread, it was about 40 cents. It's a little tighter now, but MICT did have a little pop to 445. It is pulled back to 374. Rallies on subsidiary securing initial 100 smart cam units order. All right, there's your MICT news of the day. Just have to shake my head. Well, look at G Pro. So there's a big pop for it. But remember when this was almost a $100 stock? I wonder if it quite got to 100. High 98.47. High 96.45. Yeah, almost got to 100 back here. When everybody is buying G Pros or GoPros. And then splat. Now, guys, it's funny. I'm looking at my watch list right now. I mean, nothing is triggered from it, of course, because the market hasn't opened yet. But hopefully, I don't have too many stocks in here. I know yesterday I was a little not upset, but I thought we had too many stocks coming into the up. So I'll have to see what happens today. If that happens again today, I may have to try to be a little more selective creating my watch list. The CRBP, bad data, negative data. I think it's late stage too, or actually 2B, phase 2B. So not stage 3, but big gap down for this one. 40% down CRBP. All right, so this is actually an earnings play. I mean, I don't look at these ones that are this expensive, but for those of you who might, AYX is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. There's that mauve area. See the reaction? It's starting to fade just a little bit. Not huge, but it's still it's way above the 200-day moving average now. So it popped above the 200-day moving average. But this looks like it might have fade written all over it. Just about time, yep. 9:28. This PPSI guy still has some room. Well, maybe not a lot of room. I mean, I'm looking right there in that weekly chart, 350 or so might stall it. I mean, it looks like it could, but if it pops through that, look out. I mean, it's holding really well on the pre-market. Very well. I'm killing myself. Look at this. This is where I sold it. Almost $1 away. But it's holding well. It has not sold off, and it's a very low float. 3 million in the float. Look at the volume already. This will probably trade the float. Let's take a guess here. 40. Could trade the float about 13 times. We're already about 7. Doubles that to 40. That'll be 13 times. All right, we're going to open in 10 seconds, guys. Let us have a great trading day today. All right, so there we get the first ones coming in. So WWR. Alpha was a big one from yesterday. You can see, look at that daily candle. Closed near the high too, APHA. Closed right near the high. Okay, WWR, I don't like trading in the first 15. This is exactly what can happen. You get these topping tails, bottoming tails, wide swings. You know, look at Sun Power here. Well, what a run it's had. It's like the JKS. It's like the JKS. So it's Chris, where are you? JKS. Look at the JKS, but it's not quite as, but it's a lower float too, though. There's 31 million in the float for JKS. SWPR has what, 9 million in the float. I mean, it's had a tremendous run. And let's see, what is the market doing? So the market is tech is basically flat. Dow's up a little. Spy's up a little. Now WWR is weakening right off the bat. Yeah, as did PPSI. Not shortable for me. All right, so the lithium plays are getting hit a little bit here as we speak. They're still up. I mean, still up a little bit. LTHM. How's LAC doing? I didn't see LAC really this morning. Yeah, so LAC is basically flat. Lift is lifting here, LYFT. In IOVA, wow, look at that, look at the bounce for IOVA. Look at that bounce. All right, well, so far the flyers, pre-market, some of them anyway, are fading pretty badly. It's not showing up here because the volume isn't quite high enough yet for the MDLA. MDLA, boy, it's got lots of room too. See, it extends its partnership with SoftBank Corp. SoftBank has now extended the relationship with Medallia for an additional 3 years. Theater trying to bounce back, CNK, which just got, basically an all day long short. Closed almost at the low of the day. Trying to bounce back a little bit here, CNK. You got it. The question is why? I think there's any positive news coming out of the that sector. Well, forcing me to look. Okay, so the cruisers, probably the cruisers and the airlines are putting a little bit of a bounce. You know my bias to these. At some point, they're just going to give it all up. So some of these flyers from yesterday, look at PAC B, PACB. This is, we're going to give it up somewhat. Different day from yesterday. If you were in the room yesterday, you know I was saying that I hardly had any alerts right off the bat. Usually it's going crazy. But it's definitely a different day today. Lots and lots of alerts coming in. Of course, that always happens. Should be happening in the first 10 minutes or so. And things will settle down a little bit for me. And we have a halt. And ooh, this is probably on the way, no, on the way up. All right, oh boy, this is going to have a, looks like it's going to have a pretty good open. WWR, guys, so keep an eye on the EVs and lithium plays. You know, even though they were fading to open the market, or the open market hours, if you will. Look at this, and it's halted now. But not LAC, not LAC, not so far, LAC. Well, LAC is just getting thumped. Where is it going to hold here? I mean, there's no support really. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but you know, the only true support is that bottom of that daily candle. And I doubt very much it's going to make it all the way down there, but this is a big candle to start. Let me just see what WWR is looking like. It's going to open around 1309 or so. You know, this is halted. So this is, now how's the PPSI doing? Is it coming back also? Little bit. So keep an eye on this one. It's such a low float. There's really no resistance other than the, you know, the high today. Yeah, there's the high of today. And this area over here, that's kind of where it's stalled. You can see it's stalled. You know, there's the, amazing, isn't it? That was the next high looking left at 360. And what did it stall? What did it get to today? 360. Amazing, isn't it? Lack. Not shortable for me. This is really giving it up. Now, I'll be watching this for a bounce of some sort. Okay, now this one is shortable, but it's almost, well, it's basically gone negative. And look at this craziness. Big pop up for MICT 445. Giving it up, it's basically gone negative now. So what's the market doing? Market's trying to put in a little bit of a red bar to begin. All right, guys, keep an eye on this one. ZYXI. This is on my watch list. It's again low volume so far. But look at the gap. Look at the potential fill it's got on that weekly chart, ZYXI. But again, it's low volume to start. Hard to commit. How's this GMD? So WWR. Oh man, so it is still this. So this is still the lithium play. WWR. You just open. Look at that. What an open. Remember, it got halted at 1301. I'm sorry, it got halted at 1285. Meanwhile, LAC is continuing down. Very interesting. I mean, this was kind of the leader for whatever reason in the lithium plays, but this is really giving it up. Huh. And LAC just became shortable for me. It may have always been. 186,000 shares I see now. Could have sworn when I looked it wasn't shortable before. Not that I want to chase it down, but yeah, I know it's shortable now. I could have sworn that when I looked at it, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, it was not shortable. But well, you can add your own stocks to the AI, Jeremy. The AI works on its own, okay? So you cannot add your own stock. You can create your own symbol list and track the stocks you want to, but it's not got nothing, but it will have nothing to do with the AI. Have you created your own symbol list before? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Okay, I'm going to give you a video, all right, so you can take a look. Hopefully I've got it. Yes, create a symbol list. This will show you how to do it. Create your own list, and then you can attach it to an alert window or a top list window. All right, 9:44, so we'll see if we start getting some in my watch list up or down. We should get Pola. Pola should appear if it makes a new high. It's above yesterday's high, one of the triggers, so keep an eye. See if we get Pola. Pola would have to get up to about 428. Have to make a new high. And this is a low float, 4.7. Again, guys, and what did it get pre-market? It got to 476. Big pullback down to here, but it is now trying to come back a little bit. All right, 9:45. So we will get an alert for Pola if it hits probably 428. It's going to make a new high. And we have another halt. Is this on the way down? Yes, on the way down for WWR. Frantic action with these lithium EV plays. Ooh, a little red bar ignored for DDD. Haven't seen this one for a while in the 3D world. Now this looks like it could be coming into a lot of resistance right around here. Right around here, meaning where it is, 544. There's some topping tails right there in the daily chart. All right, PACB on the way down here. This is shortable, but I'm not going to chase it down. Next low looking left is 1077. Seems to be the theme right now. Okay, as I said before, the POLA would trigger at 420, well, 428, 429. Now I'm very interested in this one if it holds this area and starts to move. Very, very low float, 4 million in the float. And that is for the POLA. NXTC, I added this morning. Yeah, very happy, very happy. Okay, so what I'm doing with POLA is I'm going to put an alert right up here around 430 odd, 431 price alert. See if it takes it out. Oh, going long. That's my plan is to go long. But you don't have to follow me, Jimmy, okay? I mean, this room is not, I'm not going to be telling you what to buy or sell all day long. You know, we have the alert, we're going to lay out a plan. If you want to do what I'm doing, that's great. But, okay, keep an eye on the POLA. So basically what I do is I'll say, okay, this is what I see with POLA. You may not say the same thing. What I see with POLA is something that spiked up in the pre-market to 476. It pulled way back. Also, if you look on the weekly chart, looking left, the next high is 650. So, I mean, it's got room. That's all I'm really looking at. The fact that it's got room. All right, so I know it briefly triggered, it pulled back. I'm going to wait. I want to see if it gets back up to 433, gets back up to 433, probably take that trade. It's a little bit choppy. So just because, you know, I get a price alert and it triggers doesn't mean I absolutely hop into it. And WWR is halted again on the way down. You know what else is coming back is PPSI. PPSI is coming. Too many P. PPSI is coming back. Look at this. And a new high. And now this is. Okay, now. You do what you want to do on the Pola, but. Boy, PPSI, I mean, I'm not in this one again. 365 was the trigger, but I'm not in it. That was my nice big pre-market trade. But I'm in the Pola, so let's see if the Pola can... Okay, I'm going to quickly get this in here. Yeah, I was hoping. See, that 50 mark is also, you know, that's that psychological stocks under $5 trying to get to the 50-cent level. See if I can get through it. All right, guys, listen. I've taken it out. I'm going to see. I'm going to 450 to me. I might get back in, but I've just a very small profit for the Pola. Okay, so I'm going to put an alert up at here again, 446, to see if I can get close again, and then take out that 450. Meanwhile, PPSI, I was kind of hoping that the Pola would kind of follow suit. You know, I had no problem getting through 350. Well, obviously I picked the wrong one from my list. They're 365 and I got up to, and it's still moving, 429. So what's OPTT doing? 152, 155. Hit a high in the pre-market, 165. Looking left, that could be a stumbling block right there around 168. So it's not as nice looking on the weekly chart. All right, well, maybe work has cured their problems they had yesterday. You know, we use work at Trade Ideas, and we had all sorts of slowdowns and issues. So work is now at the high of yesterday, WORK. Well, I'd like to see it get to the 50-cent level, Paradox. You know, up in this area here, 440, 448, but I'd like to see it get through that 50-cent mark. I mean, you're giving up a little bit. If you took it now and it popped through 50, yes, you're giving up a little bit, but I think it's better be safe than sorry, because if it does take out 50, then just look left. I mean, there's a lot of room. But kicking myself for not getting back into the PPSI. Look at that move, 365, 429. How about home? What are you doing? 1832, a little more expensive. So again, I'll put an alert at the trigger price, 1832. That was the high of yesterday. It's still a little bit above the high of yesterday. Not tremendous relative volume. It's just basically trading normally. And as usual, guys, as I always say, if you're getting into some of these ones with very, very low floats, don't take the trade and then wander away. All right? I mean, you have to be at your computer. These are fast moving. They can be fast moving up and equally or more fast coming down. So you cannot just think, oh, well, I'll just come back in 5-10 minutes. Okay, so the market's putting in a bit of a red bar here. So tech is down, the SPY is down a little bit, Dow is up a little. So we've got mixed. Okay, IDEX, a little one, but you look at that float, 190 million in the float for a $1 stock. It's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it is up 10%. I do not see any specific reason for this being up. I'm just checking my news. I don't see any reason. Lots and lots of volume coming in. It's through the 200-day, 93 cents. It's a 200-day, but I don't really trust it. Here's another one, ENDP, through the 200-day, 404, the 200-day, ENDP. Another one, not a low float, $250 million in the float, $4 stock, that's a lot. Looks like it has a lot of resistance right around that 450 level. Big pop for OPTT. No, SunPower just on the way down. I was thinking maybe this would have a shot to run a little bit like JKS, but in fact, what is JKS doing? It is now 10 o'clock. Okay, Chris, do we do it? This is fine. No, it's not quite 10 o'clock. Look at Kirkland here, KIRK having another nice day here. Look at the run it's been on. KRIK, it just triggered here, 1035. I know. We haven't seen this one for a little while. I know. Look at the move it's making. INO. Really extended. Nothing from the AI yet. Yeah, Bern, I don't know. It appears to be a common problem with some of you not being able to get the Trade of the Week email. I have no idea why it happens. You've probably checked your spam, your trash, well, not your trash, but your spam. I have no idea why it happens. You know what it is, though. I mean, all you have to, I mean, I can tell you, and it's Smith& and Wesson. The trigger was, oops. I think it's right at the trigger price again, 16.95. I think that was the trigger. Yeah, I'm not sure, Bern. Yeah, I apologize. I just don't know what the problem is. I get it. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Yala? I don't think this is an IPO. I mean, I may be wrong. Yala. Y-A-L-A. Boy, this is looking right perhaps for a short, guys. Yala. This is shortable for me. What's the spread like? 29.34, not terrible. Looking left on that daily chart, it's looks like it's trying to get right to that high there, 735. Yeah, I missed it. Quick pop. What do you think of Yala reel? Y-A-L-A. Might be too late. Yeah, it's too late. Shoot, that was a great one. Hammer that nail down. How about you, William? You get that one? Yeah, it's too late. No, I know. I mean, should have looked at that. I mean, it really stalled right there. 734, got up to 735. Actually, got to 734. It's amazing, right to the penny. I don't know if I don't really know if it's an IPO. I don't recall seeing it as an IPO. Might be a symbol name change. Yala, William was Yala, Y-A-L-A. Perfect. Look at that nail up there. Boom. Wow, this one is just not quitting. PPSI. So it's taken all that out. The next high looking left on the weekly is 5. Right now it's only 3 cents. When I first saw it, it wasn't too bad. It was about 6 cents. Right now it's only 3 cents. Well, we're sort of looking at stocks that are kind of really running away. Okay, I mean that's the first thing. The second thing is, of course, you have to see if you have shorts available. But I mean stocks that are, really, really perhaps getting, too parabolic and stalling at the top. You see some topping tails, meaning the buyers have been trying, but the sellers have been knocking it down. Might mean that it's going to turn. Not 100%, of course, but well, it's up to you. I mean, I'm looking at 2 and 5 minute charts right now, and 15. Why don't you practice first, okay? If you've got trade ideas, why don't you practice first with our simulator before you hop in with real money? Especially if you've never done it before. The other thing is just make sure that you can short it, even in the simulator. The simulator will not know if you can short, okay? But I don't know if you have interactive brokers or who is your broker, but there has to be a way for you to see whether or not you can actually short it. Okay, so you know where to look. Okay, so you know where to look to see if it's shortable. All right, guys, look at Kirk, K-I-R-K, alert at 10:35, on the march up, 10:58. No, the simulator, Jeremy, it's, I know I'm I'm really hammering on this point. I think we should have it right up there, Trade Ideas Simulator, something like that, where you just click on it. We sort of bury it, but you have to click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, when you click on New Brokerage Plus, this is your window, and then you connect to the simulator. Only available with the app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Yeah, Pola is starting to creep back a little bit. See, I wanted to take this out though because it could. I mean, look at the float, 4.7 million in the float. I think we'll probably. This one's got 3 million in the float. I think they're somewhat equivalent in terms of interest. And maybe when people get tired of PPSI, they might go into Pola. I saw Yalla reel in that one that you have, I think, the one that's up down 25 cents. It was in this one reel. Well, above, if you're right here, if you can see, maybe you can't see my screen. I just posted it above where you say this one. Okay. Oh man, I'm sick. Look at this. Sold at what, 240, 525 now. It's not shortable for me anyway. Pola is just teasing us right at that 450 mark. Teasing us right at that 450 mark, the Pola. I mean, to me, it's not that much different from the PPSI, guys, in terms of what it could do. Just have to look left. I mean, has no resistance. Have to get more traders into it. I mean, it's already traded 2.8 million. Cat and mouse right at 450. Cat and mouse game right at 450 for the Pola. Okay, well, let's see now. Is this the time? A minute 452, so I want to see. I mean, if it gets to about 445, I'm out, but 452 long. I think it gets into the mid 60s. I might leave that 50 behind. Start to catch up with PPSI. Amazing. Hey guys, I'm just waiting to see if I can get into the mid 60s for the Pola. It was brief. Well, electric vehicles, all the EV plays, there's so many of them now. Lithium. I've got something blocking. Oh, I cannot believe PPSI, literally. Exactly. Well, when do you think they're going to be able to start a mine and get product from it? Anyway, I mean, this is just the mania we're in right now. TCS, what are you doing? TCS, okay, I'd like to see it break 9. Wow. Nah, there's no institution. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there's no, just traders, guys. Come on. Guys, having a problem with your single stock window? Okay, there we go. I mean, look, yeah, I mean, there's the difference. I mean, 117 million shares have traded, 3 million in the float, guys. For whatever reason, it's PPSI as opposed to, say, POLA today. I don't know if there's a specific reason. I don't see any news. I just got to hope that the POLA catches up a little bit. I don't expect a 286% move, but yeah, give me a moment, please. Even WVE, guys, is over 9 now. WVE over 9. And OPPT on the run, also another power play. Well, I'd say we've got watch list has performed extremely well today, again, based on a percentage basis, especially obviously with the PPSI. The smaller ones especially. Keep an eye on this one, TCS, if it takes out 9. Time is it? 10:20. Wow. What a morning. Yeah, getting close to that 2 level, OPTT. Big day yesterday, bigger day today. Look at this, these candles. So remember, guys, this is a watch list, okay? So the NXTC, I mean, why is it on my watch list? You can see the daily chart. You see what it did yesterday. You can see the sort of room it can have. So that's why it made it. Look at the weekly chart. The high is 1297. So that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So this still has room. So the longer it holds over 11, if we get some volume, it could have a later day surge. So remember, it's a watch list. Same with the home. I mean, look at the room home has got. If you look left on that, come on. Left on, look left, and it's got, 2407. I'm not saying it's going to get there. All right, guys. Well, basically out again the Pola with just a small gain. It's just doesn't have the same volume as the other one. I mean, the volume's excellent. I mean, it's going to trade the float easily, but it just doesn't have quite the volume. I was really hoping it would get into the high 60s before I took some out. All right, CHCI, what are you doing? See, well, look at the volume coming into CHCI. And what do they do? So housing operatives, okay, so that's not in a, we'll call it the sexy sector right now, but 388, low float. Is this a China company? I can't remember if it's a China. No, sorry, Reston, Virginia. Another one that is shortable. Looks like it's sort of at the top of channels to me anyway. There's OPTT at 2. Look at the bounce for LAC, LAC. So where did it bounce from? 1370? Oh man, all the way up to 1526. Well, I guess I should have picked, I mean, the OPT, look at the relative volume. Look how many shares is traded, but look at the relative volume, 33, compared to the Pola, which I'm sure is still pretty good, but it's only 5. I say that, only 5. And of course, the other one, the PPSI, I'm sure has a like 821, so I just made the error. I mean, look, if I got in at 429, that would be fantastic, but I guess the bottom line is really take a look at that relative volume. All right, the tile container store, TCS, is now over 9. So looking left on that monthly chart, 950 is the next high looking left. The weekly chart, I don't think there's anything really in its way. Had a great run over the last few months, last few days. It had earnings, did it really? It had earnings on the 4th. I'm sorry, that is November the 4th. November the 4th. All right, guys, sorry about that. So CHCI on the move. Okay, it is 10:28. A couple of minutes. I'm going to go over my little spiel. Boy, the CHCI on the move here. I don't know. I don't see any specific reason for it. Low float, guys. I mean, another low float. 2 million in the float. And look at that relative volume, 25. Maybe I should start to just put a relative volume minimum of 20 and just follow those for a while. With low floats. All right, guys, the Bloom is wearing off these SPACs today anyway. I mean, look at Highland. So this is the new symbol. I don't think it's plus. I don't know why it's plus, but HYLN. Let me see if I can just type in HYLN. HYLN, what happens? Yeah, but look at this. And it is, well, it is shortable too. All right, what is the market doing? Okay, so the market did not, that was a faint red bar, but the market is still moving higher now. Tech is slightly positive. Okay, guys, RYAM looks kind of interesting. It's not a low float, it's just over 4. Volume is starting to pick up. And you know, you look left on that daily chart, the next high, well, the next high looking left is around 450. Well, I guess right here. You too, Biomat. I think you got to work, don't you? All right, American. I'm sorry, it's not American Airlines. That's Alcoa. Alcoa has earnings. We're getting closer and closer, guys. Next week, earnings season starts. We've got some of the banks. We've got Alcoa. Oh, of course, they're all pump and dumps. I mean, look, let's not kid ourselves. These are not long-term investments, but just try to catch them at the beginning of the pump and get out of them before the dump. It's that simple. So I guess that was fake news yesterday with the Peloton, PTON. And look at these SPACs, guys. The SPACs are trouble here. Not seeing too many that are. There's a big one, the forum merger. Well, listen, anything with a really small float, when traders get a hold of it, I mean, unless there's some specific news regarding it, and even then, you know, you have to read the news and check to see, okay, is this, like the news can be legitimate in that it is real, but should it make that much of a difference to a stock price? I don't see anything with Pola. I mean, it's got power in its name right now. You know, anything with electric vehicles, EVs, is hot right now. So, you know, traders are just looking around, going from one to another. What about Tesla? Well, it's not the super low float like the other ones, but it's certainly 17 million is not a lot. Obviously, it has, if it takes out the high again, just have to back this out on the monthly chart and just see what sort of room it's got. So it got up to 225. So on the monthly chart, you've got a couple of areas right around there. It may stall there still. Yeah, I don't know what site is best for news. I mean, we've got news here. Okay, I don't, I wouldn't call it the best, but it's definitely news. I just use my interactive, as a backup. I just use my Interactor Brokers news feed. Other than that, I cannot tell you what is the best for news. But I find the my IB headline news is pretty good if you have Interactor Brokers. Well, when you type in, now you may not get the complete list, but let's take. So you might have to do a few of them, but I mean, when you type in Tesla, here are the competitors as we have them: automobile manufacturing. Now, it's a. Let me try Pola. Let's see what I get for Pola. Other electric. Maybe this one is a little. You might have to create a few symbol lists. It all depends on how they are categorized. But you see, if you have the single stock window and you click on similar, you should get similar stocks in the similar. But again, this is motor vehicle seating and interior trim. So I mean, it's not just EVs. Whereas this is, electric vehicle and electronic equipment. And then you can just take this and pop it out. And there's your top list. And now you can put, different filters in here. Well, it tries to drill down into even the into the sub industries. But sometimes when a stock is not in an industry that has very few, it gets lumped to into another one. So sometimes you might get some stocks that you think, well, why is that in there? But it's a start. I mean, that's what I use for the SPACs. I just type in FMCI, and these definitely will be all SPACs, almost for sure. Well, maybe yeah. I mean, look, they're all businesses. See, they're categorized as business associations, which are these blank check companies. Okay, so I have a top list that I made just to follow the SPACs as an example. Well, correlation is but that's not sector. Okay, that is not sector. That's it's trying to see get correlation in what you call price action. But that's going across all sectors. No, I don't think NAK is on my watch list. I'm just going to do a quick check. No. I mean, OPT, well, look at it now, OPTT, reclaiming. As WWR just And it starts giving it up in a bigger way now. Oh man, it's 10:41 already. Okay, guys, sorry. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to this trading room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you're in the YouTube feed, you should see a lot of links with all these scans. So in this room, you can find my scans in one of two ways. Click on the Scans tab. Here they all are. I don't share a layout. Basically, I let you take a look at all the scans that I've got, and you can kind of pick and choose which scans you might like to take a look at. Maybe an easier way is by clicking on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That will go to a Word document where you can copy, take a look at them more at your leisure, and copy and paste a link. You copy the link, not copy and paste, you copy the link and then file load from cloud, and the link should appear here. And then you just load it. If you'd like to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, I'm going to have a subscription link there. And I'm going to put those links into the room. All right, so here is the promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off. If you click on my homepage link right there, and then you'll see it right there, Get Trade Ideas, and there's the promo code. That's off the first month only. So if I click on Get Trade Ideas, I'll give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. So we have a premium and a standard annual plan. The premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason anybody who takes our premium service, I would say 99% of the time, it's because they want to have access to the AI. I will go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always have a monthly plan, just month to month. Standard is $118, less the 15%. Premium, $228, less the 15%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month. If you do decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15% promo code. Some other links from my homepage. The trade of the week. I know some of you don't get it, but what I do is in my Twitter feed Monday morning, because that's when the trade of the week is supposed to be delivered to you. My Twitter feed, if you subscribe to it, I do put the trade of the week there on Monday morning before the market opens. I do a daily recap, usually start around 1 o'clock Eastern Time, kind of a recap what's happened in the room up to that point. Big training link right here. Click on that. Yeah, Tony, I'm just going to give Tony a link in the YouTube feed. Yeah, this is a more, I always call it just for a more robust room. A lot more traders, a lot more interaction among traders. I want to put this link on its own, the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you are brand new to Trade Ideas, I really, really, really recommend that you take a look at it. I'm going to click on the link to show you what would happen. So the 20 short lessons, this is what it would look like. I mean, it's really basic. You know, what is a top list? How to build one? What is an alert window? How to build one? So it basically goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas and how to use them. So if you don't have, obviously if you have the program, I would absolutely recommend that you take a look. And if you don't have it, you'll see what some of the basic features are of Trade Ideas. The daily support sessions Wow, PPSI. It's killing me. The daily support sessions, they're from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. The format is that I moderate the YouTube feed between 9 and 12. And then one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. They're more attuned to swing trading at all. And then I resume the moderation from between 1 and 3. Here's the free trading room link. Daily webinars you can sign up for them all right there. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all live. I mean, they're live, but they're all archived. And more educational videos. So lots of training in that link right here, that link right here. From my homepage. Okay, lots of training right here. And right now, I do want to get into what the AI is all about. And then I'll talk about Brokerage Plus. So we only have one AI alert today, but so far it's a doozy. So I don't display the AI alerts. Not fair to those of you who pay for the premium service. I will talk about them afterwards. If they've run from the entry price, just to show you, what the AI looks like. But this is what the AI. Wow, I cannot believe PPSI. Look at this. I got in it. 202 and sold at 240 or so in the pre-market, thinking I made a great trade. It was a great trade. I mean, that was probably about a 15 to 20 second trade. But, so this is the AI. This is what the AI is all about. There are what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes today, the AI gets to work so that it has access to the latest market data, and then runs through an optimization procedure routine for all 50 strategies. Once that routine is done, and that's what happened last night, and then these are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Not very many. Okay, and this is my recommendation on how you would watch the AI strategies all day, or the AI alerts all day long. From the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you will see. Only one trade so far, 426, 472 last price. Okay, so now you have to manage your trades as you see fit. You don't have to get in right at the penny. All right, but basically, and there it keeps going. LTBR, you can see, is making a new high. 12%, only one trade so far. But you have a real-time entry, and then you have a stop. All right, just manage the trades as you see fit. So that is the AI, and that's part of our premium service. And this is Brokerage Plus. So in order to load the Brokerage Plus window, you must be using the app. If you're using the downloadable application, I guess I should call it. If you're using the web-based version, it is not available. And how you would load it is click on New from the toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus, and there is your Brokerage Plus window. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. Just going to stick this link in. All right, so you can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can then use Brokerage Plus, this window, to trade your Interactive Brokers account. You would connect to it. Okay, right there. And I put in a video for you, and it explains exactly what you're supposed to do and how you can trade using Brokerage Plus. Okay? The other way to use it, and which I absolutely recommend if you're new to trading, is Connect to simulated trading. You use this as a paper trader, simulator trader. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. Very, very simple to do. You click on an alert. Click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. It's really that simple. So let's just take VCEL, okay? I mean, I'm just going to show you how it's done. It's not very much volume and all, but maybe I'll take RYAM to see if that's... I'll take RYAM, okay? And I'll go in at the market. I'll take a couple hundred shares. I'll buy it at the market. The spread is only 2 cents, so it actually filled me in between. Now you can put it. Now you should always have a stop. I'll put a stop at the low of that candle right there, 393. So I can just right click, add the stop, 3.93. And you'll see the stop appears right on the chart. So if I let this run down to 393, I'd be out for a $19 loss. Again, I'm just demonstrating how this works. I can put a target. Say I want to put a target at say 450. And the target shows up here on the chart. You see that red line. So again, if it goes down to 393, I'll lose 19. If it goes up to 450 and I allow all this to take me out automatically, I'll make 95. Now these lines are movable. You can move them anywhere you want. If the trade starts working well, you can use it like a trailing stop, putting it on areas on the chart that make sense, so that if the stock broke down below a support area, you should get out of the trade. Same thing here. If it starts approaching the target price, why get out? Why not move your target price up? Or if it starts stalling just underneath it, you could move it down and it could take you out. The minute you drop it to the price, it'll take you out of the trade. Now that's the way to do it on the chart. You don't have to use the chart. You can do it right here. If you want to get out of a trade, you can flatten it. That gets you out. That's basically sell all. This is half, get out half. You can double your position. I can pick how many shares. If I only wanted to trade 100 shares, I just pick 100 and pick the price I want to get out at and sell it. So it's very, very simple to use. Okay, very simple to use. You can also use this as a swing trader. If you don't get out of your position by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading in here also. We give you $100,000 to start. And again, I absolutely recommend, do not start trading if you've never traded. Practice, practice, practice. All right, what time is it? Almost 11 o'clock now, okay? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at the volume. Just give me a second here, guys. All right, guys. Kind of watching the Ryam here. I mean, it will never be like the other ones, but it might be a little more stress-free if it holds up here and starts to move. It's got room. Just needs, volume is not huge, but it is double. All right, let's take a look at Iova from Real. I see a little cross actually in the 2-minute chart, Real. 2681. I may have to abdicate my responsibilities for the video today. I don't know if I can do this and show people where I got into PPSI in the pre-market and out without blubbering all the way through the video. Yeah, for these for the crosses, not that I've been able to concentrate on them at all today or even yesterday, but yeah, for these crosses, especially the crosses maybe on top for capitulation on the 2-minute chart. All right, guys, home is where the heart is. Look at this. Okay, so we're back up to 1832. This has, I mean, look at the room left. 2398. There's the high looking left on that weekly chart. I refuse to believe that PPSI will go to 47. I refuse to believe. If it does, I'm packing it in. Yeah, I wish I had seen. Yeah, I know you were talking about the Iova. I mean, there's a cross right there, 2677. A nice cross right there in the 2-minute chart. It's funny, it didn't happen. Well, at least for me, it didn't happen on the 5. I know you're going to say, Real, that I know we're taking into account pre-market data, but I don't care. There was a cross right there, 2677. All right, what are you do? Oh, okay, now this one also went crazy during SPI, APWC, another low float. Okay, look at that relative volume, 294. This might be next up. APWC. I mean, it's up 48%. It's crazy to say this might be next up when a stock is already up 50%. All right, like keep an eye on this one. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. You look at the monthly chart. I mean, 231 may stop it. Okay, so a word about the AI, guys. I mean, the AI has exited LTBR. It's a timed exit. The strategy that it was in had I guess, a 1 hour hold. If you took this trade, there'd be no reason for you to get out of it. Okay, I mean, it's still working well. So if you're in this LTBR, just because the AI got out of it, that's what we're saying, sort of man and machine. The machine will let you know, the AI will let you know that there's, perhaps a potential trade. But I think it's up to, people to manage the trade, manage the exits. I mean, this is no reason to get out yet. You want to get out some, maybe, but there's no real reason to get out yet. All right, just watching the AWPC to see if it regains or APWC, sorry, APWC. See if it regains the 2 level. Okay, what was the, oops, let me get rid of this. What was the trigger here? No, actually, it was way down here at 183, so I missed it down here. All right, let's see if it regains 2. There's a big topping tail. Well, that's a nice short for the else. Let's see. Ms. Squirrel, looks like that's where, I don't know where she got it at, but that's a great short. Not shortable for me, so it must be shortable in your Fidelity account. Now there's that Iova, great call by Real on that. I wish I'd seen that cross right there. That's a fantastic cross. We're talking about the crosses here, guys. So we're talking about the 8 EMA. That's that orange line crossing above that blue line, which is the 20 SMA. And that can set up a very powerful potential long and talk about power. Okay, now keep an eye on this V cell. Take a look at this on this monthly chart. I don't see very much resistance. I have to back this monthly out a little bit more. See what we're looking at here. So I'm back in 2019, so back about a year and a half ago. And the high was 2101, so it's above that high. You know what? Guys, there's really no resistance to this V cell. I gotta go. Yeah, that's the same one. I mean, there's no resistance for V cell. I mean, I can go back to when 2010. Who cares? So keep an eye on V cell. This could be an interesting, even a swing. It is a bio though. Yeah, so Sam, I'm not going to be able to help you. You're probably going to have to send your log files in. So you're trying to trade live? Okay, yeah. I won't be able to help you. I'm sorry. You're going to have to send your log file in. So from help and send files to support and send an email in at the same time to info describing exactly what you just described there so they can take a look at what might have happened. You know, it requires looking at the logs. I can't do that. Okay? So again, so from help and then send files to support. Jimmy, I don't know. I don't know all the rules and regulations like that. I'm in Canada. We don't have that, so I, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it should. It seems like it shouldn't, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else who in the states you can help with on that PDT. So if you're trying to sell something and then you change the price, does that count? And you've already sold, say, half of it, you change the price. Does that count as another trade, or is it still just one trade because it's the same symbol? I just don't know. There you go. John says it counts. So there you go. Every trade counts. So even if it's the same symbol, different prices, it's still considered a trade. So there you go. Just move to Canada. Exactly. No day trading rule in Canada. Yeah, it's nothing to do with your broker. It's an SEC rule. Your broker will block it. But it's not. They don't want to. You think they love for you to trade as much as you can. It's not them. All right, Pola guys. You know, I'm still going to keep an eye on it later on. Yeah, Thursday landscaping. Yes. All right. Yes, I see what you're looking at, Paradox. I'd like to see. Boy, I don't know. It's obviously a pullback play. Go sit in the corner, Kaiser. Now you see, you might be. Are you wanting me to see I? No. Okay. You could have been teasing it. All right, so keep an eye on RYAM. I mean, it's not going to be as dynamic as the other ones, but it still has room looking left on the daily chart. It still has some room. I mean, 450 is the next high looking left, so unless that's a high there. Oh, I'm sorry. 418, I don't know if that'll block it, but I see rocket. Okay, there's a cross down on the 5 minute chart. ADMA cross down below the 20 SMA on the 5 minute chart. Just don't know how dynamic this will be. Oh, how dare you call my wife a squawk box? We're all working from home. RXT guys, Rack Space Technology. Haven't seen this one in a long, 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 long time. Miso, what's happening with Miso today? MESO. Yeah, so it is. Well, it's been, I mean, look at the last 3 days for this one. It's got hammered on this day, massive, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. The 200-day moving average held, popped up the next day, that's yesterday, and now look like trying to move down today. Good one, John. Not exactly the same spelling, but I get it. This might just keep drifting down, 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 guys. AXGT, I mean, it's just been drifting. Basically, they got called out for selectively reporting their data. And that went, they had a huge day yesterday. And a PR came out saying, you know what? These guys kind of selectively reported their data, their positive data. So they're just getting slammed today. Well, RXT worked. You guys take that short, Real or William? Or Miss Emily? Ms. Emily? That's my focus right now is looking at tops. So Peter Pan, when you say the selected stocks all under $30, are you talking about the AI or are you talking me specifically? My filters, I like trading stocks under 20. That's all. But I mean, many in the room are, you know, that's just what my setup is. But people are talking about Boeing right now. Okay, there's obviously a more expensive stock. Just my personal preference is just stocks under $20. That's all. Well, that's okay. You'll never know unless you ask. The AI has got two stocks under 20 and one at 89. Wow, is that ever? That's a great short. RXT. No, this is maybe a support area right here. How is Pola doing? I don't think it's triggered over 450 yet. No. So I still have an alert set at, wow, actually 470. I should put an alert up here around 450. See if it does it later on in the day. Give me a moment here, please. Okay, guys, if you're in this, let's see if it gets through 1919. Well, it's trying. So what I'm hoping we can add down the road, but I mean, your brokerage platform will have something like this. So Trade Ideas can identify that sort of a move, and this is what I'm talking about there. There's a channel you see right up there. It hit it on the 5 and the 2, boom, on the way down. So, I'm hoping that we can add those things to our charts. Okay, Triple D. Haven't seen this one for a while. Those 3D printers just have, I guess they can't make money. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is exciting happening. The CHNR. Well, it might, but it's going to take its time. I mean, 2:30. Now, this is another classic one. That may set up later on in the day. OPTT. CPRX. Let's take a look at that one from real. Another one, a potential short. That's what he's talking about. All right, guys, I'm watching this meso just bounce around the 12 mark. I think I better put an alert around 1196 to see if it takes that out. Is this short? Yeah, it is shortable. See if it takes that out underneath 12, and then maybe gets back down to that 200-day moving average. Well, I for one do not, Rob. That's 3 o'clock my time, so I'm still sort of asleep. Look at Nautilus. Wow. Not triggering, it's just not triggering here because the relative volume is under 1. Otherwise, it would have triggered at 1991, just at breaking the high of yesterday. I mean, this I don't know where the resistance is. You have to go back to 2016 before we see, areas up in the 23s. So it's about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, levels that we're approaching. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. I mean, it's, 217 million shares. This might be a record. It might be a record. I'm not sure. Traded the float 72 times. I'm not sure if I can think of one that has traded the float more. But I don't know. I mean, how can I possibly know if I think it has another leg up? If it holds 5, I mean, it's got some support right around here. But it's still up 328%. But we've seen it happen many times, If it settles down a bit and just flatlines for a while, and then say in the last hour and a half or so, traders get piling into it with volume, yeah, it could easily take out those highs. Easily. But, I don't know if that's going to happen. Well, it does have the S and the P and the I going for it if you want to look at it that way. Yeah, I could get back in if the premise for my getting in the first time still makes sense. I would get back. I personally would get back in. But I will always obey my stop. I won't second guess it. Commissions are so cheap that it's just not that big a deal. So yeah, you can be wrong in that you get stopped out, but you can be right in terms of the setup still, if that makes sense. Yeah, so the cross is this. In fact, we're getting close to a cross here. So look at, and now again, our system uses pre-market data, Reels doesn't, but I'm just going to talk about the concept of it, okay? I'm actually finding that using the pre-market data sometimes gives me the cross earlier, but you know what, I don't want to get into it so much, but the principle is this. You see what's happening right here on the 5-minute chart as an example. So you see that orange line, that is the 8 EMA. The blue line is a 20 SMA. If a cross happens, if that 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short. Okay, that's basically what it is. And the reverse is true. If on another chart you could see the 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential long. Kind of like, not kind of like, but exactly like, we look at IOVA. So look at IOVA on the 2-minute chart right there. See, look at the 8 EMA. And now this is a little bit strange because the 20 SMA now is following it, but it did cross. See, it crossed above. That blue line there is the 20 SMA. So it crossed above it, setting up a potential long. And boy, did it ever. Now, does it always work? Of course not. You know, other factors have to be taken into account, but that at least alerts you to the possibility. Okay? Well, the theory would be that the higher the time frame, if you get something that is, you know, especially if it's a narrow cross, so like narrow bodies, I mean, the better. But I mean, they all work. What you'll find is that the 2-minute will, of course, alert you before the 5-minute. Look at here, for instance, on the 5-minute, it never happened. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, looking at this 2-minute. It may not be quite as, what's the word I want? I don't want to say powerful. It's probably like the higher the time frame, I would say, is more conservative. No, that's a neighbor doing some work. I guess maybe I could say that the 2-minute is a little more risky than the 5, which is a little more risky than the 15. But obviously, you get in earlier if you're going to do it. Okay, so the RYM inching up penny by penny, RYM. So the Kirk was a quick trade. 1035, it got up to 1066 before it pulled back. Just didn't have shorts. No shorts available for me. So let's see what happens on this. Now, the thing is, this is crossing down. Let's see if it actually does do the cross. But remember, this is a highly emotional stock. To me, it looks like if it ever held 496.5, if it held there, and then we get some volume, it would pop again. Yeah, no, the TI doesn't do any pre-market work or Rex. It only starts it only looks at once the market opens. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You're not talking about. I thought you said AI. Well, you can. I mean, listen, you can do it kind of like this. I mean, I have a pre-market scan that I use all the time. Um, where are you? So here's my pre-market active stop. If I wanted to, I don't think I do. I can put a sector, so I can sort of see the sector. If I wanted to, I could sort on the sector. Okay, and just see the stocks that are, doing well in a specific sector. And this is I'm sharing. I share this. So it's not a specific scan, but I mean you can set it up to know what sectors are strong or in play. Yeah, just group them. Just sort of do a sort on that sector on that sector column, and then you can group them and kind of look left. You can put that column right beside the stock symbol if you wanted, so it's a little easier maybe to identify. Pretty simple though when I'm doing my pre-market work that I can pretty much tell what is happening in terms of a sector. Obviously today, the EVs and lithium were hot in the pre-market. Some of them remained hot, some of them did not. Some days you'll see a bunch of oil plays, some days you'll energy plays. Some days, of course, you'll see the bios going crazy. All right, guys. So the trade of the week is still doing okay. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy. You can see in the 15-minute chart, it's been a little bit choppy, but it's still above. It's still above the target or the trigger price of 17.95. I would say most are intraday traders. Okay, but there are a lot of swing traders here. To me, listen, swing trading, day trading, whatever you want to call it, it's just like it's more your psyche. Well, we have a tab here, swing trading tab. You're an off topic, right? Okay, so there's a tab for swing trading if you want to discuss, potential swing trading setups that you'd like to discuss with others. But to me, it's just a mindset. Every one of these could turn into a swing trade. The reason being is that they're all near highs of the day, so you don't have to worry where they're at highs of the day. So you don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So if you get an alert, from any one of the things that I look at, you could look at this and go, wow, okay, V cell, no resistance on the weekly and the monthly. Now, do you want to swing it? That's up to you. I'm just using that as an example. That's why I have these higher time frames always up and running. I look at ENDP. So the first thing I look at, I see this weekly chart. I think, that looks like pretty tough resistance right around here, around 450. So to me, that would not be a swing candidate. Doesn't mean that tomorrow it could easily rocket right through. I get it, but it would be off my list of a potential swing candidate, as an example. To me, I mean, it's just a matter of looking at the higher time frames. If there's room, then it becomes a candidate. I haven't gone over this for a while, but these are again, underline my 4 rules for swing trading. So if you click on that and download, this is what you would see. So these are my 4 rules for swing trading. So when I click on any alert, again, this is why I know it's covering up a bit, but that's why I have the daily, weekly, and the monthly. Because I'll check those charts to see if there's a gap. A gap meaning, can the stock, like look at home as an example. Okay, so look at home, look left on that weekly chart. There's a high up here of 24. Look at the monthly, it's the same basic area. So I mean, this has some room if it wants to keep going. Again, I'm not recommending it as a swing trade, but that's sort of the first thing. That's the first thing I'm going to look at. How much more could it go before it starts hitting chart resistance? So that's number 1. Number 2, I always check to see where the 200-day is. So it's way down here, 750. So that's in this particular case. In this case, this is a real chart, by the way. I didn't just make it up. So there's a 200-day way up here. Stock was at 3. So that's obviously far enough away. So check. Then, one of my main rules, I never ever hold a stock through earnings. Never. Okay, so that's just a rule I've got. I will not hold a stock through earnings. And then the other one is I do want the stock to close near the high of the day. It doesn't have to be right at the penny, but I don't want to have to worry about today's resistance. If it pulls all the way back, and these 3 might be okay, but then I've got to worry about today's high tomorrow. So I don't want that. So I want the stock to close near the high of the day. So if all these 4 are met, then it becomes a candidate. And again, you can have that right from the room drive icon and my 4 rules for swing trading. So that's why I'm saying, I mean, the fact that I don't swing trade very much, it's a mindset more than anything. I mean, look at this one. I mean, this is a crazy little one. And, the other thing is, you have to look at the float. I mean, obviously something is going to be a lot more wild with a low float. If it's a bio, I mean, especially if it's a cheap bio and it's had a pop, you always run the risk that they're going to do a financing on you. So, these are things that, I certainly keep in the back of my mind. I don't know if it's an adaptive. It's just an EMA. I don't know. You'd have to ask. I mean, I've heard that term thrown around. You know, I mean, these are just simple. We don't even have an option for that. I mean, it's just EMA. All right, guys. So I am going to put the YouTube link in here, and Steve Gomez is the going to be handling the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. I don't know if Andy helped him this week, but he is the main originator of the Trade of the Week. Okay, so you can ask him questions. He's certainly way more of a swing trader than I am. So he'll be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. All right, take a look at, let's see, SLQT. I haven't seen this one for a while. Wow, look at this, sales select quote. So this is almost, yeah, the SPY is starting to put that little leg down. We've got the Dow is slightly positive. SPY is negative. NAS is negative. The Dow is slightly positive, but looks like it's going to turn negative. Weight Watchers, there's another one, guys. I mean, it's very extended on the daily. I mean, it still has some room. It's been a great reaction to earnings on the 4th. All right, guys, it's 11. Still got about 5 minutes, I think, before I start taking my or looking at taking my break. USEG. Now, this was another crazy one. Remember this day? This is not that long ago. It seems like a lot longer ago. Got up to almost 19 USEG. Now that is a crazy low float, very crazy float. Sometimes it's hard to believe that it's only 600,000 shares. All right, guys, OPTT is starting to curl up a little bit here now. Yeah, the thing is, I'm going to be taking my break. I'm not 100% sure I don't want to be away from my computer for a bit. This is one that I cannot be away from my computer on, the OPTT. Yeah, I know I can put auto stops in, but No, I would say that if you're in the swing trading tab, I'm not saying nobody swing trades or swing trades are short, but I think they're always talking about going long. Saw this one earlier on this move here. This is Sumo. Look at Sumo on the move here. Now this is it could be interesting short for those. I can't do anything now. I'm going to be taking my break, but that's looks like it's bucking its head up against the channel. Also 25. The next high looking left is 26.32. So there's no real resistance other than the fact that 25 can be a resistance. Just psychological more than anything. And that's Sumo, SUMO. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. So I am going to put my announcement in, though, that I'll be taking my break. Renee Solar, or Renee Sola. It still has a little bit of room, 291. But if it gets anywhere close to that, this is shortable. This has to be looked at as a potential short. I mean, even now, but certainly it gets closer and closer to this area. The NDP, guys, is, it's doing, I mean, I just think there's going to be a lot of resistance around 440 to 450 for ENDP. Well, Sumo, I mean, is not, it is really making a great move here. So, I mean, as I said, there was no resistance other than the psychological number 25. Now, the next high looking left is 26.34. So it still has room. I mean, it's super extended, but look at the volume that came in also. Yeah, BE and then BKE. All right, there you are, Steve. Okay, thanks. I will stop the stream now. And long BE. All right. Okay, have fun, Steve.
Hello. All right. You caught me mid yawn. Not that this market's a yawner or anything. Just catching my breath. Let's mute that. All right. Hello, everybody. Yes, the story of the day. Um, what are some of these stocks? SPI, I saw. Look at this. Energy. Okay. PPSI. Oh, energy, power distribution solution. It seems like the alt spec energy names are having a good day today. I came in long plug power, and you can actually see on simulated half my sell there. I like to sell half when you can. The other half's moving higher. But BE, Bloom Energy, is blooming. Look at this. We're coming right up here on a breakout. What is this? 1967. So I'm going to, did we take that out? Yeah, we did. We took out that high by a few pennies, and we'll see where we go from there. Backing up even more, we can see the significant. That's a pretty good resistance level. But it could be a clear shot to 30 over the next month. Who knows? Nonetheless, I'm seeing a ton of these names. Time for a nap. Yes, Burned, time for a nap. Although it's too early for a nap. It's only 9 o'clock in California. But sometimes you sit here for a few hours and stare at the screen, you get a little yawny. All right, so I'm here for the next hour. Talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. You're up at PT. Yep, I got up at 5 with you too. So after 4 hours of staring at the screen a little bit, it's good to get up and walk around sometimes. Okay, you're in Portland? I was born in Beaverton. I spent 6 years of my childhood there before moving to Southern Cal. So yeah, I noticed when I tapped into the room here, Barry was talking about a few of those names as well. But yeah, currently long Bloom Energy. Let's take a look at something here. It's really important. All right. We just looked at Bloom Energy taking out that significant level, 68 or 69, whatever it was. Here we are at 73. What do we want to monitor? We want to monitor relative volume on the day is looking great. We want to monitor these levels right here, the 1 minute and the 5 minute volume. All right. When stocks break out on resistance, it's really nice to, there we go, some increasing values just popped in there. It's really nice to see a rush of volume coming in. That's one of the nicer features of trade ideas is that we are in real time mode and we can compare a stock like Bloom Energy, its 1 minute and 5 minute candles, to what a normal 1 minute and 5 minute candle will look like for Bloom Energy going back 10 days in our database, because we database all these data points in real time. And we can go back and we can pull from those data points, which then become a history, but we can point towards any time frame we want and compare current volume to those time frames, and we see that we are 3 times the normal candle volumes right now. That's the kind of stuff we do want to see as stocks break out resistance levels. We don't want to see a peak above, a little bit of volume, and then volume decline, and then the price pull back. That's not what we want to see here. And so we're in the middle of this moment right now. We're at that resistance level, 67, 68. Are we going to hold above as long as these 1 minute volumes dying down a little bit? But that's what my eyeball goes to when these type of moments occur, breakouts, hopeful breakouts from major resistance. Can I look at CYRX? Let's see what CYRX is doing. Freight transportation. I like that sector. It's had 3 beautiful days of bounce off of this beautiful of this 50-day moving average. That's a really nice looking support bounce there. It's kind of what the markets and many stocks did in general. But now we're into day 3 of this bounce here. Yeah, we're above all moving averages, and even more so, we just cleared those highs right there. I'm going to show you something in a second. All right. That was the high going back. Now that orange line. So we went from an extreme bounce off here, the 50-day, 3 solid days of green. Now we've just tickled this resistance level. I'm going to be surprised if this price doesn't just consolidate right here. And I'm going to show you something here. This is a scan I'm going to talk about later today in my webinar. All I've done is I've found names of stocks that are in decent trends, but happened to find a moment in time. And this is what the algorithms like to do. They like to run the prices around, bang them from wall to wall, touch one wall and go bang and touch the other wall. Well, what do I mean by a wall? Well, this was yesterday's low here in this DocuSign, that horizontal line. That was yesterday's low right on the open. Well, these stupid bots like to take the price and jam it down just below yesterday's low, and then it seems to see that they reverse many times. And so this scan is actually going to exemplify and call out. I've got a pretty good 2 days of history here we're going to talk about. Let's look at some others that might be interesting. Okay, so there was, these blue arrows are showing the moment in time when we broke through yesterday's lows. The point is somebody asked me about that stock chart, and we did the opposite. We pushed up through resistance. So we pushed up through prior day highs. That's usually where these damn bots decide that they want to reverse on things. Perfect. Look at that one. There was yesterday's low. Now, the follow through is a whole different story, whether or not they follow through. But the point being, it seems like once these algorithms tick and take you below yesterday's low, there seems to be a reversal for a bit of time. Whether or not they follow through, again, can be subjective. Hello, Mike C. Mike C is always with the supportive words. Thank you. All right. They do cold storage suitable for... Okay, so there might be a play there in the cold storage, the COVID play, what we want to call it. Blue energy. Yeah, this... Okay, so Brent, let me stop on that a minute. And, I talk a lot about... with newer traders. I'm working with some newer traders over in a Discord room, and I remind them it's okay to get really excited about a story, but the chart has to confirm that story. And so in the case here of CYRX, chart is confirming the story, for the last 3 days anyway, but it needs to be technically sound. Let me give you a perfect example. There may be some people in the room that know this. There's an interesting stock out there that I participated in yesterday called XSPA. And I was kind of aware of the story, but this is a perfect example of when the chart needs to confirm the story for me to get involved. Now, XSPA, I've been kind of following the story all the way back here. And honestly, right here, it looked pretty darn interesting. The chart was kind of confirming the story here. We had a shot at a nice consolidation and a possible move off of that 50-day moving average. But what happened right there, it kind of technically broke. And ever since then, the chart was not confirming the story. Well, here's what happened. On Friday, the group said, hey, everybody, guess what? XSPA might have a good day on Monday. We're going to get a story on Liz Clayman's Fox Business News. The CEO of XSPA is going to come and talk about the story. Well, what is the story? And I got to tell you, I'm extremely impressed with the story, but I didn't participate until yesterday. I bought yesterday right at 198, 199, right down here, okay, because it was moving up out of this long range. It was holding that moving average. I took a shot. The chart all of a sudden confirmed the story. But again, I'm very impressed with the CEO. Here's the story. About 50 different massage, nail, spa-type services, facials in airports to help people kill time. I've used one of them in Denver Airport. Pretty cool. Got a nice 30-minute chair massage. But as you can imagine, in March, that business fell off a cliff with COVID. People not touching people. their service was rendered dead on the water. This genius CEO decided to pivot and turn their locations into 5-minute, 15-minute COVID testing points. And he was on the news yesterday showing the visual of how they've conformed all these locations to small individual rooms, very sanitary, quick tests, and you're on your way. And the implications are obviously very strong with this in big cities, shopping malls, skyscrapers, um, train stations. Could be a very big thing. So what I'm getting off on here is the chart finally confirmed the story with me yesterday. It was moving average, very tight range here as we can see, very tight range. But yesterday we started to creep out of that tight range a little bit, and the moving averages on the intraday chart were very interesting to me. And I knew from my friends over there in Discord that the story was coming up on Fox, and sometimes you can be a little bit early. So took the trade, and it was a perfect day and a half trade for me so far. I sold a third of the position, maybe a bit more, right there at the 50-day moving average. You can see that mirrored sell tag. That is a perfect day and a half trade for me. Yeah, it pushed through a little bit, but it has since reversed. If we look at the intraday here, it's trying to hold its momentum line. But quite honestly, that might have been it, just a day and a half, and then it's going to regroup for a day or two or three, and then maybe have a secondary push. But the point of me going down that road was that the chart has to confirm the story, so your request, Barrett, of that particular stock sounds like an interesting story. You just want to make sure the chart remains intact to support your story. What do I think of PPSI? Well, it's obviously a low float. 7 million, I think, was the float when I looked at it. Oh, no, 3 million. I'm sorry. Even worse. So these can be musical chairs. A lot of people they're attracted like a moth to a flame of the action and the possible profit potentials of these types of plays. They can be very short-lived in the middle of a day and reverse on you. Again, I would use this moving average right here. It's trying to fight it right now and hold on to it. We'll see what happens. B just went to a new high. I'm happy to see that. What do I think of it? It's basically giving me confidence to trade in stocks like BE. I'm kind of playing around that name. It seems to be that plug, again, I came in long plug. I took half off this morning. It seems to be the tech alternate energy names are totally in play right now. Personally, I'm not into playing musical chairs. I've got a lot of things I have to do, other responsibilities. If you're going to play these types of games, you need to have a direct access connection, hotkeys, buttons, hit, go, level 2. You need to see what's going on. It is a speed game, and I'm not involved in playing speed games of stocks that have 3 million in the float, because once that bid drops and the spread widens by 50 cents, you're kind of screwed. They're fun while you make money, but eventually you're going to run into a buzzsaw on these things. And I've been on both sides, and I'm just not in favor of those things. I'm also not in favor of playing stocks that might run up and have a trading halt because of volatility. Sometimes those are the worst traps. You turn around, the halt opens up, and you're down 10% before you even knew what happened. All right, so that helps on PPSI, I hope. Yeah, so you get it, Bent. The technicals overweigh the fundamentals in the story, but the story always helps because once the public gets a hold of the story, they start logging into their E-Trade account and pounding away like crazy. Those are the moments we want to be positioned for and let them come to us. Yeah, very smart CEO. I wish more CEOs were as smart as that guy at XSPA to pivot so quickly and recognize an opportunity. I think we're caught up, unless somebody's telling me to look at POLA if that's a stock. Looks like it is. Ah, look at that, Polar Power. Before I forget, GP was on my list down here. This is a new issue, Green Power. This thing looks interesting, and these technicals are okay. It's now got a 20 period with 20 days of data to come in. We don't have a 50-day. We don't have a 200-day. Looks like it opened over, oops, hang on a second. Let me get the proper perspective here. Looks like it opened back here around 20 on the IPO day, sold off down to 10, solid support at 10. This is one to keep an eye on. I might even put an alert right here on this midday level of resistance. Look at my computer slowing down because I'm broadcasting here. Wow. That's pretty slow. back to your example, Pola. Yes, so you're seeing these names all over the place, and let's take this a step further. We could go to similar tab here on Pola and see who else is in there. 10, Leah, Dan, ALV. Let's go to BE Energy and see what is in the similar tab. Oh, look, F Cell, Plug. There you go. Ballard Power. Brian Shannon's along Ballard Power. He told me privately. So if you're not aware of our similar tab, once you identify, like we've been talking about here, these little, as Andy likes to call them from Texas, these little pissant alternate energy stocks seem to be the sector in play, and BE is rocketing to highs, moving to highs as we're speaking. So you can take something like this and go through the similar tab and start trying to find other ideas. Is there something that might be setting up that hasn't gone yet? You know, Ballard Power's had 3 days of movement, but look, it's going sideways here. The moving average might catch it. Maybe there's a bit more meat on that bone. So this is another way in which you can go through and kind of troll through and look for ideas. You know, if you're knowing what you're looking for on the chart, that's pretty low volume. But that's a cool tab that we don't talk as much about. I don't know what F-Cell's problem is. Look at this thing. Everybody could be, you know, screaming about F-Cell's story until you're blue in the face, but the story, the chart is not confirming the story in F-Cell. It's below all its key moving averages. This thing's done. Somebody knows something. As opposed to Plug Power, which is the exact opposite. Yeah, you're probably right, Mike C. A lot of talk, political promises right now, election year of, you know, those green energy names. You know, we did notice the TAN solar sector has been 7 days strong. You know, VSLR was the old trade of the week. I'm sorry, Run, Solar Fund, and VSLR are the same company. They're merging, but those are extremely strong charts. So I think, yeah, we all agree that if you stumble across a name that is an alternative energy, yeah. See, Brian Shannon sending me some names. Peck, he just sent me this one. Peck. Let's see. Well, look at that interesting daily chart there. Just had a little push here on the, you know, as maybe the buyers are figuring out they're doing exactly what we just did here. And look at that, another new high. Filtering through names. Let's go through the similar tab on Peck. Oh, look, there's OPTT. We saw that name. So every now and then you can just find some interesting names in there. Installation. Peck is engaged in the installation of energy systems, residential, commercial. Brian says he bought a little at 7:30. Oh, he's happy. That's a nice looking daily chart right there. It really is. You know, if somebody's feeling like they've missed out and they're looking for an idea and you want to risk 60 cents here, 7 to 760, there might be a few bucks right there. I'm actually out of buying power in my other account, plus I'm talking to you guys, so I'm just not going to take that trade. I'm not sure. Peck and SPI were somehow related. Oh, look at that Sun W. Sure looks like that Peck chart. It really does, doesn't it? These things are coming to life. So, wow. If you're somebody who loves to play the action, get in and get out, these are the ones for you today, these alternative energies. I am a swing trader. I'm going to position myself and let the day and a half move come to me like Plug and XSPA. Yeah, that would make sense. Brand acquisition talk when Peck and Sun W start trading the same, much like Run, Solar Run, and VSLR. They're pretty much the exact same charts right now. No, you want a good pairs trade, do what I said earlier. Go long Plug Power and go short F-Cell, something like that. That one's just not working out. Does TI have a price correlation feature? Well, we can scan by price and price only, but I don't know if I'm understanding what you mean by price correlation. You might want to expand on that question, and I can try and help. Okay. Pick a time frame and then see to what extent it correlates. I don't think we really have anything like that. I mean, the only thing you can really ever do if you're not sure if we have a feature or a filter is just go to our configuration tab, go to search, and then start typing in keywords. In this case, price. Okay, so price distance from VWAP, price earnings ratio, last day's price. So that's really it. You're best off just going there and seeing what we have available. Okay, so similar. Okay, so you could sort. Look at that. I'm sorting by price. Look at that. There we go. So F cell at the bottom. Sun W, AGS. That's a good thought there, Brent. I'm glad you brought that up because you don't really care about $120 alternate energies. The fun ones are the ones that are under $10. GE, General Electric. Yeah, right. iPower. Never heard of that one. That one's interesting. Breaking out. A lot of interesting names on here. Could be. And then here's my friend Plug Power, which I took half profits on, but going back to highs. Ballard Power pushing to highs. We talked about possible meat on that bone still. On my buddy BE, just clicked almost 20 on the high. All right. What logic does this use? This it's using sectors. So when you see up here all other miscellaneous electrical equipment, it's trying to tie things together based on this line up here, other miscellaneous electrical equipment, things like that. And if they have a semiconductor component, then you might have a whole different list of things that are doing alt energy, solar, but on the semiconductor space side, there's a lot of interesting plays there as well. Yeah, somebody just asked me about Pola in the Discord room too. Yeah, so everybody's kind of zeroing in on the same stuff. PEIX, that's ethanol. Okay, again, alternative energy, fuel cells, ethanol. Everything seems to be in play. Solar. Surprised somebody's not trying to harness cow methane and run cars on that. FCell, yeah, that big offering didn't help, and they didn't even have a big push into that big offering, did they? No. No, they probably would have been wise doing that offering back here at 349. Some guy in Australia already does that, huh? He follows cows around. Oh, somebody's got to do it, I guess. Okay, let's see if I'm caught up here on these questions. Okay, I think you're good. Yes, all right, I think we're caught up here. So BE, B Best, that's my new nickname for it, is threatening to conquer a whole number, a big one, a big centennial number, the 20 handle. That can always be a psychological hurdle. Back to the single stock reading. Let's see what my levels are. Yeah, the relative volume is not backing away. We're almost 3 times normal relative volume as the stock is breaking out and not showing any signs of pulling back as of yet. But long day still. All right, I think we're caught up. If anybody wants to look at more charts that are, anything related, doesn't have to be this alt energy stuff. The trade of the week is Smith Wesson brands. We'll talk about that later today. It's doing okay. A lot of the trade of the weeks the last month and a half have come from this revenue growth fishing, and a lot of the charts look like this Southwest Smith and Wesson brands. They've changed their name. They used to be Smith and Wesson Handgun. I think they wanted to get the name Handgun out of there. Probably wise. They probably hired somebody to consult them and paid them $500,000 to tell them get the name Handgun out of your name. So they did. But, Children's Place, PLCE, that had a nice little bottoming, almost inverse head and shoulders, if you will. This was a few weeks back, 3 or 4 weeks back. APT was also from this scan, a nice little bottoming, kind of bottom head and shoulder there. So these have all come, including the SWBI, from this scan. And this is a scan that is looking for stocks that are, yes, beaten up a little bit, but over the last 10 days have begun to base a little bit. But most importantly, it's all predicated off the fact that their last quarterly earnings, they showed revenue growth. So we're finding stocks that are trying to negate their downtrend, basing with some quarterly revenue growth to try and hang our hat on. So let's go through some of these names and see if we see anything interesting. Again, I'm looking for things that are nice and flat but haven't run too much. Glue. Okay, so that's interesting, but it's running right smack into its 50-day. This is where I found that GP, you guys, I mentioned earlier. Okay, I'd never heard of this, but it popped up on my revenue growth scan. Apparently, their revenue grew 283%. However, they are a new issue, so it's hard to kind of rely on these technicals. But nonetheless, this is now on my radar. You saw that alert I just put in front of you guys. XP. Well, let's Luminex. Luminex, yeah. Yeah, not really a fan of that one. I'll know when I see it. This is interesting. BMRA, it's sliding sideways, and if it decides to pop above this 50-day moving average, you can see I've already got an alert in that one. I'm going to actually raise that to, at that level of resistance, above the 50. I'd like to know about it. It would only be about a 40-cent move. What else do we have on here? Oh, PetSmart. Excuse me, Pet Meds. Okay, this is starting to look a little interesting. This was what I thought was going to be a nice COVID winner back in the day, but it really has kind of fallen from grace. But now it's reclaiming all of its moving averages. This might be a day or two away. Maybe I'll set an alert right here and get a head start and see if that one does something. So you can see this is the workflow of just going through a top list, finding ideas that are curated by trade ideas, and then taking the next step. Here's our trade of the week, SWBI, AAOI. Here's a gold name, AU. Interesting. We're hitting the bottom of the barrel now. All right, so I set a couple of price alerts from there, and I'll do that, once a day or twice a day, kind of go through these names and see what's on there. I've also taken the A table, and seems like IWM's having a pretty good run finally, and I think what's happening is it's finally playing or trying to play catch up to the S&P and the NASDAQ. This is the Russell 2000, which is the small cap land. So I think we can all agree the small cap land has been on fire the last few days. Revenue growth fishing looks for stocks under 25 bucks. Well, I took the A table, which I've talked often about here, and I've just said, well, show me only the ones under 25 bucks that have a high short float. All right. I am long Fitbit, by the way, guys. I'm long this stock. I'm just basically waiting for this moving average to catch up in the next day or two. And when I think the price and the moving average, I'm flat in the trade. It's basically about it 2 days ago right here. When the price and the moving average converge, I think we're going to see a push higher. This is a classic A-table type of trade. The short squeeze could be on 23%. They're all kind of scratching their heads wondering what's going to happen. As soon as the starting gun goes off, and they might get spooked, we might have a big trade here. So I'm long Fit. Here's APT. We just talked about this one in the in the revenue growth scan. It's also showing up in the A table because it has a high short float. Here's BE, another interesting name we've been talking about today. So I'll hand this one out. I'll hand them both out. I'm going to save and copy A table junior. And we'll give out revenue growth fishing, which is also just under $25 by default. Revenue. All right, for your, hopefully all you Trade Ideas users, you can use those cloud scans to grab exactly what we've got there. Sol, sure, you want to look at SOL, which is a semiconductor. Okay. Sol is having what I call moving day today. It has moved out of its nice tight consolidation base, beautifully above a 20-day moving average, which was tested twice and passed that test twice. Today is moving day. There's really no reason to get out. You were confirmed right there, confirmation midday. The moving day is intact. Momentum is intact. The pullback was bid perfectly at the 10-period moving average. I would expect this stock to do well and maybe even challenge these levels by the end of the day. These are the kind of moves that I like to position myself for, and once I'm in, I do everything I can to not sell. I want to try and see if this thing can hold and close at the highs of the day, and then carry it overnight. Because if you can have a big green candle and have a moving day, everybody's going to see that tonight. They're all going to come in and chase tomorrow. You've got what the chasers want. So maybe they come up here and they break 290, and they come up and they flirt with 3. In my world, I would be a seller at 3 because I positioned myself accordingly down here, rode the move here, and I want to exit the move here when everybody is chasing it. That's essentially what I was able to do in XSPA, and telegraphed all of those moves yesterday with the group. Bought down here at 198, positioned myself at 198, took all of yesterday's move, got most of the follow through today, and found a level that made sense for me to take some off the table right there. And you can never go wrong taking half off or a third off or something like that, because all it does is calms your mind. It satisfies the greed demons and satisfies the fear demons. When in reality, you should be fearing the stock is going to go higher without you having a position. So by doing that, you take the fear of it pulling back, you're locking in a profit, and you're also taking care of the fear of it moving higher without you being in it. And it also allows the greed demons to still be happy because, you know, for me, I sold half of Plug. Well, I'm not going to kick myself. I did what I wanted to do, but the greed demon in me is still happy because half of it is still working for me. So if you haven't exercised at the moment you want to take that nice solid profit, take a third off or a half off and notice what it does to your psyche, your trading psyche. All right. All right, so yeah, that XSPA now has broken momentum, and I don't blame it. A day and a half of solid momentum, it starts to get broke. These people that wanted to take profits, that didn't take a profit like me on the way up, they're waiting. Their greed demons are kicking in, by the way, and they're waiting for somebody to yell fire in the crowded theater where they all rush out at the same time. Well, if you don't get your price and you decide to wait for using this moving average as your determining, as your your sell signal, that prior candle 2 candles ago, that was the one that told us to get out because it broke and it closed below our moving average. And it's been a half an hour almost since then, and the price is just drifting lower. So there's your day and a half move. I love to position myself in the example we just looked at, Sol. Again, in a perfect world, that thing will close on highs and push through and maybe threaten up around the $3 in the early trading tomorrow. And if you can get that level off as a sale, then more power to you. That'd be a great one. All right, I think we're caught up over there on questions. AI is pretty quiet today. Let's look at it through our perspective. Okay, this early push moved up, had a nice one, and then it pulled back basically to the entry point. Well, using our 10-period moving average, that entry point and the breach of the 10 period was roughly about the same point. So Rode up and then rode it back to a complete flat if you didn't take profits on that one. This was also a long, and it triggered right here in the blue not too long ago, only about 20 minutes ago, moving in the right direction. Okay, where's our moving average? It's right here, exactly where the entry is. Those blue line and the 10 period moving average are the same. My point is, when I go through these AI trades, is don't let the AI tell you when to get out. Let the AI give you the entrance. Here's a great one. This one's a short, okay? So we're trying to go down, but look at what happened right here. Test number one passed. The short sellers were happy. It hit that line and pushed red candle lower. But just 2 bars later, we now have the candles closing above that declining moving average, not helping your short position. This one is probably stalling out as well. Yeah, Dave says more trades of the week each week until Holly gets back into swing trading. You know, I can add two ideas each week. Have one be the primary that we basically point back towards. But sometimes in the past I have given a secondary idea. I might start doing that. I might start giving more secondary ideas. Mark up the first one, give it the whole spit polish, why, how, target, stop, chart, etc. But maybe put some also rans in there. I'd be happy to do that. I'll try and remember that, Dave, because sometimes I do have a short list a lot of times, and I choose from that one short list, and I kick myself for not picking the other one. So there's no reason why I can't, throw a few ideas out there over the weekend. I will certainly take that to heart. Because, yes, the Holly 2.0 is being worked on right now. Michael Noss, the resident nerd, lock yourself in a room kind of guy, come up with ideas. He's working on the Holly 2.0 swing, but it's not just him. We have to remodel the architecture. The architecture of our platform resets every night. And to do swing, we would have to allow a portion of that architecture to hold those trades open so we can backtest those appropriately. Certainly. Yes, Damien's seconds your idea, Dave. And I third it. So we've got a quorum. Your thoughts on PEC? So the AI just exited SSD. Let's take a look at that. All right, it's kind of a skittish early exit. I probably wouldn't. I'd wait, see what that moving average has to say. But looking at PEC, I love the daily chart. Brian Shannon just scalped it. He's a scalper. He gets in and gets out. I love to ride these things. So I had mentioned really earlier that if you're willing to risk 75 cents here down to 7, this daily chart is beautiful. I think it could be the beginning of a multi-day move up to $10. And I mentioned I'm out of buying power right now. Otherwise, I might be looking for maybe a bit of a pullback here intraday, but you might not get a pullback intraday because these alt energy names now are starting to fly off the shelves. You're not getting very strong pullbacks. Let's look at BE. BE is not even pulling back much right now. Plug is probably near highs, yeah. So you have to look at where it's come from and where you have to risk. It's a 70-cent risk here roughly, but you could be risking 70 cents to make 250 or 230 up here to $10. I love the way the daily looks. I mean, just look at this. 10 above the 20, above the 50, above the 200. Just a perfect fan. So are you currently in PEC? Are you currently riding in PEC, Fred? Or are you thinking about taking a position then? Oh, you said 764. You gave me a number there. Okay. So I would assume that is your position. So it's going to flop around. Yes. Okay. So Fred, here's what you're going to watch. You are going to watch very closely this 10 SMA. What is going to happen? Ideally, you're going to want to see something like that. Now, If you trade ideas users don't have this perspective, I'm happy to share it with you. I can take my 15-minute chart and I can copy the 10 SMA and everything it looks like. Okay, you're at 1058, even better. But let me drop that in there. That cloud code is my 15-minute chart. So if you don't have that perspective, you might want to watch that perspective and see what happens throughout the day as this moving average is going to rise up. And where are we now? We're 5 minutes away from the next draw. That's where the rubber is going to meet the road. The daily chart checks out. I give the daily chart an A+. I like it. I give your entry, a C because it wasn't, if you were on point and you were watching this thing and you caught this thing down here under 720 using the daily chart, you get an A+ for that entry. But we're up here in the 750s, we're a bit of a chase, but you've recognized that this is your risk and you are taking on that risk. You're risking that to try and make 10 bucks up here over the next day and a half or 2 days. So that's how I would break down your selection and your entry there. Also on PEC, 766 is the 5-day. Okay, the 5-day above 13. Do you mean the 5-day moving average? The 5-day above. Or maybe it's a range. I think you're talking about a range. Or a moving average. I will put the 5-day moving average on the daily chart sometimes to see super incredible momentum, but I have a feeling this one's going to bleed through that 5-day moving average. Yeah, it bled through it. I'm going to put that back. And that's, I'm assuming I'm addressing your question correctly. I just like that look of that 10 period much better. You're welcome, Fred. But yeah, by all means, anybody can use that Trade Ideas cloud code to start putting your stocks through the prism of these 15 period moving averages. Now, even though I got out a half on the open, this thing has just been telling me to stay in the rest of it all day long above the 10 period there. 5 days at 727 and the 13-day, yeah. So I don't look at the 5-day that much. I don't look at the 13. I'm just a solid 10 period. I just try to keep it as simple as possible. If I add another layer, I've just complicated my decision process by 100%. So B might have gotten ahead of itself a little bit here and might pull back and hopefully catch that intraday moving average. Still a long way to go today, a lot of time. Interesting, we didn't talk about this one yet. OPTT, the AI, did actually sniff out one of these alt power movers. So if we look at the trade, right there, it was a pullback. Yes, a pullback long. I love the pullbacks because they don't chase. They wait for a pullback. So pullback long there, a little bit of pain, but look at where the price picked up. So when you use the AI entry as your idea and you say, forget this, forget the AI stop down here. This is going to be my stop. I will take it from here. Thank you very much, AI, and I will manage this trade accordingly using this 10 period. And look at this. It just exploded off that. Very nice to see the AI work together along with our 10 SMA there on the 15 chart. I will look at Fibonacci's too occasionally sometimes, but actually the Fibonacci's come most interesting at Fibonacci extensions, things that are making an all-time high, like plug power. We don't have Fibonacci on here. Maybe somebody wants to help me out that has a Fibonacci extension. And let's talk about what we're looking at here. We can go back to, just real quickly for perspective, weekly. Yeah, we are in uncharted territory here for plug. Let's just make sure. Last time I checked, the monthly, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So 1064 really was kind of the prior highs coming into this last few months. So if we go to the daily, what would a Fibonacci extension be on plug? Because sometimes that can give us a target on no resistance, all-time highs. You have to pick an arbitrary point. You can't look left in the chart and see resistance. There's no moving averages to butt up against. So Fibonacci extensions are really the only thing that you have to work with. And again, we don't have Fibonacci extensions on our trade ideas chart. I could go to probably, those free for trading view sites and do it. But if somebody wants to let me know what a Fibonacci extension would be on plug, it's been a while since I've done them too. Let's look at PEC for a second under the anchored VWAP. So where would I put the anchored VWAP? Brian Shannon tells me to use the 15-minute chart as often as I can on the anchored VWAP. So we would pull back here and we would look at this day right there, that opening candle. I didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again. I'm going to really blow this up. There we go. Perfect. So if we take a 15-minute and we do opening candle, wow, look at that. Look at that. 762. What did you have it at? 749? 767. So little different VWAP here, Fred, when you do the anchor. And Brian Shannon likes to remind people, and I love it. I buy into this totally because we're just monitoring the footprints in the sand of the crowd behavior. And when we can identify a point in time that's a significant point, a gap, news, earnings, a big moment where everybody jumps in and piles in, we can now go forward and say, since that big day here, everybody that's bought since here, well, they were under that VWAP, and now we're kind of pushing back above it. Here's the next thing Brian would do. He would say, what if I take an anchored VWAP off of this high up here? Everybody that chased it up here, what's happening? Wow, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. This is like a double strong, and this is why he got out. I know that. He wrote it up to the VWAP and then he got out. But wow, this is really interesting. This is why sometimes I will pull out that chart and use the anchored VWAP on the 15-minute. Dave, what it tells me again is we're using a starting point. So what's the VWAP from this high, and what's the VWAP from this low of this day? And that can often tell you interesting things. Let's look at maybe on the daily and see if we can find some more examples. I still primarily just use my 10-period moving average, but when I see correlations like this, I build this blank chart. And if we take an anchored VWAP from this breakaway gap down here, look at that. Okay, here's the breakaway gap. So everybody said, I got to buy Apple today. And they jump in and they buy Apple. Everybody's above the anchored VWAP and Apple. Tested it, still above it. Everybody's super excited. Broke down below. Slop, came back above. Now that anchored VWAP acted as resistance. Plowed lower, came back up, resistance, fought it. We're right there. I mean, we are right there tangling with this anchored VWAP. If we use an anchored VWAP from the high, everybody that bought the highs, that one is we're above that one barely. But it's a way of taking a moment in time with an event where everybody's on the radar and you can kind of corral a large number of people who took an entry on that day. And it's usually going to be a day with a gap of earnings or something like that. That was a very interesting exercise doing that on the PEC chart using 15 minutes. And so if you want to know more about it, follow Brian at alphatrends.com. Alphatrends.net is his website. His Twitter handle is alphatrends. He'll be speaking at the Wealth 365, which is coming up if some of you are going to be at that. And I guarantee he'll be having anchored VWAP as his topic at the Wealth 365. If the anchored VWAP acted as resistance, why didn't it act as support? I don't know on which one we're talking about. You're talking about PEC or another one? Yes, Michael will be at the Wealth 365 as well. Don't forget him. There'll be a lot of people at the Wealth 365. So in the Apple example, okay, let's clear it out and try again. So if let's do the other one first. Everybody that bought up there, okay, they were under resistance. Look at how it acted as resistance. So I'm going to kind of disagree with you here. I'm going to use this one and say everybody that bought the highs has been underwater under the VWAP for a while. Struggle, close above, pulled back. I mean, it's kind of congregating here at this VWAP level. Today and yesterday was showing kind of strong bounce and support off of this VWAP. So it may be that Apple is reclaiming that level where everybody chased those highs. If we go back and just cleanly draw the day in which they had earnings, I believe. We anchor VWAP this day. It's a totally different starting point. So it just depends on how you want to look at it. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I assume the chart work, which is Slack. We use Slack technologies. Let's get back to our main driver here. All right, so they've been moving high off of this must have been bad earnings, September 8th. Yeah, that was their earnings date. Well, let's play the game. Everybody that bought Slack on the earnings date, they're well above VWAP. Not that that means anything, but when we go back to my chart, we're back above all key moving averages. The 200-day was obviously a struggle for it. You could see it here, 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 and here, and then it reclaimed it here, back above the 200. We reclaimed the 50-day moving average as we're speaking now. We just cleared those highs. It's probably ready for one of these, but it's looking good. I'm surprised Slack isn't doing better considering COVID and everybody that should be using this for their team. It's a great product. We use it here at Trade Ideas. All right, it looks like I got a couple more minutes because Barry will sneak back in here, usually at 5 minutes to the hour. Keep an eye on AGEN, says Fred. Oops, that's my wrong tool. AGEN. Yeah, that's a beauty. I like that on the daily chart too. It had a little fake out 2 days ago, and now it's other direction. And look at this on the intraday; it's really holding nicely. Biological products, not bad. Got stopped out of Sun Power at 14 this morning. Need to figure out how to. Okay, so I already know what it's going to say. You got stopped out this morning. This is where these damn algorithms try to stop you out. And where do they usually try to do it? Or when? Right on the open. A lot of times they'll take it to yesterday, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. Trending elbows, throwing elbows, stocks that take out yesterday's low, and then there's yesterday's low right there on the last one, and bounce right back into play. And they usually do it in the morning. So there's one thing I can tell you, and that's this. Andy and I, who was it? Burnt. Andy and I will sometimes pull our good till canceled stops. I don't know if you hit the button or if you had a good till canceled stop order in there. That's the worst. If you have that, all the algorithms can see, Citadel and Virtue and all the quant algorithms that make markets, they can see where your orders are. That's why commissions are free now, because your broker sells out the order. He sells you out. It tells the enemy where you're hiding. So when the algorithms see them all lined up like bowling pins and you're one of them, it usually happens in the first 30 minutes of the morning. And they roll you guys out, and then they reverse the algo. So the only thing you can really do is not have a open stop. do it manually, and try your best to not get stopped out in the morning and find a reason to stay in if you can, just a little bit. But definitely pull those open good till canceled stop orders. Don't give those algorithms any food to feed on us. That's what they do. Joanne, Holly brought up yeah, OPPT. I'm very happy with OPPT today, Joanne. Hi, how are you? Oh yeah, they do see it, Brent. Don't worry. If you put in a stop order, they see it. They will see it. Uh, yes, basically ignore those crazy movements in the first half an hour of the day. They will do the algorithms. It's the oldest game in the book that they've discovered. They can stop people out. You're a home gamer. You like this stock, but you have a job to go to. And so as you're driving to work, you're feeling safe because you've got a good till canceled stop order where it looks safe. Well, that's where everybody else puts their good till canceled stop orders, and the algorithms have learned they can make money on knocking you guys over and reversing the price because it's probably a good trade to start with. I'm good, Joanne. I'm glad that you found some value in that today. And again, keep an eye on that moving average. Remember, OPT here means nothing. This stop of the AI means nothing. The 10 period moving average means everything to us when we are managing these nice trades. We're just wrapping up here. Mental stops executed manually. Okay, that's the way to do it. But just do what you can to try and not, after it happens 4 or 5 times, you get a little tired of it. And after you've successfully sat through one of those and reversed, it'll give you confidence that you can do it and it can be done. Yep. Yeah, you got it. Good till canceled orders, they see them. So it's just a matter of remembering that if it's a good trade, here's the best thing I can tell you. Forget what's happening on the intraday, move over to the daily and say, well, it's on the trend line, it's still above the trend line, it's still above the moving average. I'm not going to let them get me out here because it's the first 20 minutes of the day. You guys can't have my shares that easily. Just two things before I go on those. Do what you can to try not to hit the button to stop out in the first 20 minutes because that's their game. And the second thing is defer, look left to your daily chart and try and find a reason to stay in that thing. If you can't, well then maybe you do need to get out. But if there's no reason on the daily chart to get out, don't get out. Yeah, you could use an ATR. And the third thing, again, I'm going to talk about this today. This scan is designed to show me things. There's the opening yesterday. And look at this stupid stock. Okay, not a great example because it's 4 days of green. This thing is ready for a pullback, in my opinion. But if it wasn't ready for a pullback, this is what they do. 2 cents below yesterday's low, it appears. That's what the algorithms do. They come down there, they lift the rug, they tickle it, try and see if they can get anything to scatter. And if they can, they'll take those shares from you and they'll scalp it back up. It's the oldest trick in the book that I'm learning. It's the newest trick in the book, I guess we'll call it, because it didn't used to be like this. But 3 things. Try not to get out in the first 20 minutes. Look left, defer to what the daily chart is telling you. And if your stop is 2 cents below yesterday's low, you better rethink that because that's probably where they're going to get you. All right, I'm gonna let Barry take over here, guys. He's probably waiting to keep broadcasting, so I will stop now and say goodbye. I will make sure Barry's ready first, though. Yep, I'll see some of you guys this afternoon. Sounds good. All right, I'm going to stop streaming. Talk to you later.
Yeah, I'm ready, Steve. Okay, guys, TTMI. Ooh, keep an eye on this one. I love these ones that are except. Whoops. Look at that 200-day moving average coming right into it. And a little bit congested on that weekly. Let me back it out a little bit. Yeah, it's a little too congested on the weekly. Got a little excited because I love these ones just over the whole number, but All right, guys, I think Steve has left, and it is now 1 o'clock. I'll be doing my video in a couple of minutes. That's too bad. I love these ones just over the whole number. But yeah, a couple of major stumbling blocks. The 200-day moving average right there. So this could turn into a short if it tumbles underneath 12. And then all that resistance and that weekly, right around that 1230 mark. Another new high, actually a red bar ignored for CLDX on the 2-minute chart. Beautiful uptrend, red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle, well, it hasn't closed yet. Not that it has to close, but maybe in a 2-minute you want it to close. But the trigger would have been 1825, the high of that red candle. Yeah, okay, typically to buy an IPO before they open, you have to have an in with a broker, okay? So the way it works is, let's just say for argument's sake, your broker is E-Trade, okay? Well, that's a bad example maybe, but in the old days, when you used to have personal brokers, each broker within the firm, if they were part of the syndicate, would be allotted a certain number of shares. And the number of shares that each broker within the firm would be allotted would be dependent on, how much clout that broker would have. So let's just say you had a broker, you were dealing with a broker with some clout. He might have like 10, 12,000 shares. And so now he's going to call his big clients and he's going to say, listen, I got this IPO. I'm offering you these shares. That's the only way. Well, you won't, if you don't have a broker, who's like, if you're not a big customer, I don't know how it works with the online brokers. I honestly don't. With the online brokers, it might be completely different, but it probably, E-Trade. Let's say you were a customer of E-Trade. I don't know if E-Trade gets any shares at all. There you go. So it's usually, and listen, you might get IPO shares, but you might be tied up for a long time. Are you telling me that Webull allows you to buy before the IPO? Interesting. Well, I don't know how they're getting shares, but typically that's not what it is. All right, guys, I have to do my video now, so I will put myself on mute. But before I do that, yeah, just before I go, I just want to show you something. All right, so this is an IPO for this ASO, I think. So now a lot of firms were involved in this one, Credit Suisse. So if you had an account with one of these are the main ones, and here's some of the co-managers. So they all get doled out a certain number of shares depending on the clout they've got and how much they're taking, etc. And so then they're contacting their customers. That's how it works. Anyway, I've got to do my video. But before I do, so if you click on my homepage link and you watch the daily market recap videos, then you can sign up for them, all right? They're all free. And usually I have it done by 1:30, and probably about an hour later they get sent out by email. Okay, so put the announcement in. So many things I have to do before I do this. Boy, Else is on the move here. I don't think I've really seen this one before. Else, E-L-S-E. I know I saw it earlier today, but before today, not really sure I've seen that one. All right, guys, so I'll see you around 125. I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Here's the link, LA. Okay, there's the link to my homepage. OAS. Take a look. Joanne's asking about OAS. For you history buffs, precursor to the CIA. Okay. OAS? OAS? Yeah, I have no, I'm sorry. I really don't look at stocks that are that cheap. Yeah, I have no insight whatsoever. I mean, that's just a mess. Sorry. I mean, I don't see anything. Yeah, it's not that customizable, Matt. All we have for standard deviation is this. Well, I shouldn't say all, but just have to type it in. Oops, let's go deviation. Okay, so we don't have crosses like you're talking about. We don't. It's not customizable. Now the standard deviation breakout, which I haven't used. Let's take a look at what it says. Just click on the help. Okay, so if you type this in, click on the help, and then see what it says, and report back. Okay, Joanne. I mean, do you really believe that rumor? You know, I mean, if you honestly think that that price is going to go up to $1 by Monday, by Friday, now don't confuse it. Don't confuse it that that it has to be above $1. Then maybe what they're doing is a reverse split. Okay, so there's no way this is going to $1 by Friday, just in the normal way, like people buying it. In my opinion, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but if you're saying it has to be above by Friday, well, let's just what I'm going to do is I do have a website that I do go to that shows upcoming reverse splits. I do not see OAS on one as one of them. Doesn't mean it's not, but I do not see OAF as one of OAS. Well, usually there's there's an announcement that, but it has to be voted on ahead of time, and then there's a date. But really, I mean, there's no way this goes to $1 without a reverse split. Just by, I mean, I shouldn't say that because I mean I don't. Maybe they struck oil. But if you go to the company website and you don't see anything about a reverse split, it's highly unlikely without a reverse split this stock is going to $1. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Yeah, I mean it's highly, 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 highly unlikely. And when you start hearing rumors like that, well, I really don't know, Bern. I mean, I think your broker may do that. I really don't know. I have not held a stock that has done a reverse split. Yeah, I'd just be when you start hearing rumors that a stock at 18 cents is going to be a dollar by Friday. Hey, listen, I mean, today's Tuesday. Watch it tomorrow. I mean, see. The other thing, I mean, not just to harp on it, but I mean, it has 294 million shares in the float. Okay, 294 million. That's going to take an enormous amount of news or something to move this 18-cent stock. Anyway, my 2 cents. Oh, it could easily delist. Yes, of course. If they cannot, I mean, Nasdaq has rules, of course. One of them usually is that the stock has to be over a dollar. That's probably why you're hearing it. But without a reverse split, yeah, I think it's almost an impossibility. All right, heck. JE, okay, Joanne, as an example, JE did a reverse split. I think it was a 1 for 33. This stock was about, I don't know, whatever it was. Divide that by 33. And now, it looks like a $5 stock. It really isn't. But they did a reverse split maybe 2 weeks ago, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. JE did. But it's always announced before the day of. I mean, several days, or usually it has to be voted on by the shareholders. And the shareholders typically go, yeah, well, what else are we going to do? Meanwhile, as I'm speaking about JE, so this was, I'm pretty sure it was I'm pretty sure it was 1 for 33. So, I mean, this was a 17-cent stock, really. Well, guys, this ENDP is getting closer and closer to this area that I thought may block it. It is getting close, ENDP. Yeah, I remember that ACB, yeah. Have I told you guys that I dislike the cannabis sector? It just is just terrible. All right, guys. Well, the alerts are starting to dry up a little bit. So sun power is sort of interesting, though. I mean, this had, like JKS, this is almost exactly what JKS did. Let's take a look at JKS. Well, JKS was a little more dramatic, but SPWR, I was thinking that SPWR might start to piggyback a little bit with JKS. It's a lower float, 9 million in the float. I mean, it's already had a great run, I get it, as has JKS, but I thought maybe that lower float might get a little rotation out of JKS into something like this. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if it takes out that high right here, 1618. All right, you're making me look. VLDR. Now the only reason you're telling me this is because it's bouncing. Yes, okay. That's some volume coming in too. Yeah, good volume coming into VLDR after. I mean, I think they got hit harder than most of the SPACs. I think because they did not have a lockup period for the people involved, so they could sell anytime they want, and I guess they did. Whereas most of the SPACs, there's a lockup period. I used to have that as one of my shared ones. Do I not have that anymore? Yeah, I used to have that, something like that, up the most in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, here we go, up the most in the last 5 minutes. I used to have that one. Let's see what it looks like. I love it. Okay, my new favorite top list. Actually, here's what I did. I took this one and yeah, so what you can do here is you can put different column headers, okay? So I know it says the last 5 minutes shared, but if you wanted to just quickly see, in the last 60 minutes, you just click on that column. The last 15 minutes, just left click on that. 2 minutes, you just left click on that. So you can kind of, pick the time frame you want. If that makes sense. Then all you have to do, if you want to find the ones that are down the most, you just duplicate the window. And then you right click, configure, and flip it. And now everything that can be flipped will be flipped. In other words, things will be down the most in the last 5. So actually this might not be bad, to see the ones like this for shorting tops. Might not be bad. Yeah, are you in this one, Donnie? IPOC? Okay, well, what price? I hope it does well for you. Funny, I read a little bit about the SPAC, the new ETF last night, talking about what companies make it up and what don't. And they talked about, and I'm not want to put the kids. Okay, so you're okay, 1095. So that's not, you're a little bit up. They talked about kind of shying away from the ones that aren't, quote unquote. They didn't say this, but I'm going to use it. Sort of the sexy ones, like if it's not involved with EV or, even maybe even a bio. This is Clover Health. I mean, I guess it's a bio, and Google is an investor in it. So you would think it should have done better, to be honest. But they talked about, don't get the ones that are, a little bit less sexy, because that's not what people want right now. Because I mean, that's a big drop. And a little bit of a move in the pre-market that looked pretty good, but I mean, once the market opened, that's a big drop. 1478, okay. Now, that doesn't mean this is not going to be good. So don't. I'm not trying to sway you. Just thought it was an interesting analysis of what this new ETF is all about. What are the stocks in it? All right, Real mentioned GoPro a long time ago. So here's GoPro, a little bit of a move off 5 and some volume coming in. But I don't know how much room that's going to have. I mean, 509, a couple of highs on the weekly chart right there, 509. That could really stall it. Yeah, I wish I'd seen this one a little earlier. Look at the CDXC. I think I saw somebody post something about it earlier, but all right, guys. Now this gets close to 16 again. I mean, it's trying to recover AUPH, but look at the 200-day moving average right there. So it's 16, what, 16, 18? What did it get to? It got to about 20 cents of it. A little less than 20, 19 cents of it. Well, let's until the government says they're going to give them a $750 million loan. All right, guys, Sun Power on the move, SPWR on the move. Now, today is Tuesday, so I'll be in a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So what do you think about the room it's got, Real? I'm looking at trip right here, and it looks like there's pretty decent support around that 2055 mark, both on the 5 and the 2. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to hold, but would you want it to, break that at least? There's a nasty candle for SPWR. Well, I was all set to take this one. Meanwhile, CDXC is absolutely screaming here. Look at the volume coming in. Well, we've got a couple now. ENDP now is taking that area out that I thought might stall it right here. It's right at that area, or I shouldn't say it's taking it out, but it's right at that area. Through the 200-day moving average earlier. Okay, so now I do see the 8 EMA. The 8 EMA is right at that 2061 on the 2-minute chart for trip. Now it could come right back, but you can't take the chance, I mean, but I have my alert set up here again. That's big volume though. Look at the volume. Well, then you're still good. Um, I might give up some, but I mean, I think I'd have to wait for, I don't know, this looks like there's pretty decent support right there. The 2055, both on the 2 and the 5-minute chart. but it has broken down through the ADMA. Just a little bit, and it looks like we might get a cross too. Okay, why not? Maybe that's not support. All right, let's see if it works. I mean, that obviously, to me anyway, that's the key area for it to take out. It takes that out, 2053, 2050, then yeah, I mean, then we've got something going for us. So we'll see. I mean, it is a cross. It looks like it's a cross now. Okay, guys, NMRK just got halted. Now, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Newmark. Whoa, boy, this has some room too. NMRK. And it is going to open, let's see, I've got 530 right now. And it is a volatility halt, it's not a news halt. Oh yeah, we're not ever, if you're talking about this one, of course, we're not telling anybody to buy this, but have to see how it opens. Ooh, this is going to be a big open too. It may fall, it may, but it looks like right now I've got 553, 553. And it is shortable. Yeah, okay, well, let's see what happens. Always exciting to see what happens on these opens, especially when the bid and ask is above the halt price, and just to see if it can hold it. All right, well, here's the area, guys. I'm going to rely on Real's fibs. Not his lies, but his fibs. Okay, now that bid ask is starting to come down. Remember I said I think it was 554, 554. Now it's 531, 531. So this might not be a great open for it. Okay, yeah, SECWK is not halted, but it popped up. Your broker will have it, Michelle. But I mean, it's just Interactive Brokers. My time in sales, you know, that is showing me. So all brokers have something like that. Yeah, if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 150 plus 6 seconds. All right, so Trip is still struggling a little bit to get through that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Did it open? Yes. And what did it do? Not much. Not yet. Ooh, guys, there's the PPSI. I hope I haven't have I missed it though. There's that. Did it come in volume? A little bit of 2 minute volume. I'd love to see some more volume in the 5 though. Get some volume going here. But this could be it, guys. I mean, taking this out, this could be it on the PPSI. So there's way more volume here than on this candle here. Way more. I mean, they're risky guys. I mean, 3 million in the float, anything can happen. So, I mean, you're going to do this. Don't take too many shares. That's all. And if you have a stop, absolutely obey it. All right, let's take a look and see what sort of resistance there is on that weekly chart. 554. 554 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And what did it get up to? 533, so 21 cents below. Give me a moment, please. All right, I will put an alert here, 524. You know, this is a big float. This is not a low float situation, 150 million in the float. So I'll put an alert here, see if it takes that out. If it does, I might take some. It's not a low float, so it shouldn't be insanely whippy. Again, this is not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing. Well, that was super ugly. PPSI, super ugly. Boy, oh boy. Again, there's that float. Well, you know, again, I'll just put my alert back up there and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Maybe it's too early, I don't know. But that is really ugly. Well, I can only tell you what I'm looking at. Maybe a break up here, 524, maybe. You know, the longer it bases, if it pops on some volume, I may take the trade. I'm not, you know, but this is not a recommendation. You know, again, as I said before, it's not a low float, 150 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. So, you know, the longer it settles, the better. And if we get some volume, like imagine getting another big volume bar, but on the way up, that might help it. But looking left, 554 is the next high looking left. So I don't know how much room it really is going to have, even if it takes that out. So, I mean, I don't know about the risk reward on this. I mean, if it could take out 554 like nothing, then you got something, then we have something. Ah, there's TCS, guys. TCS over 9, where the alert was at 890. All right, guys, I got to get ready for this marketing meeting, so I'll put the announcement in. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Was in a meeting, Brian. I guess you can't see my screen. I said on mute in a meeting. Okay, so I am still tripping here. So just waiting and waiting to see if it can get into maybe even to the 30s. So it's been a gentle little ride down so far for the trip. Thank you, Real. Okay, I have a general announcement. So, for those of you who have not been receiving the trade of the week, could be a couple of reasons, but bottom line is send an email to info at trade-ideas.com. Put a header in and put resubscribe to trade of the week. Okay. Sometimes what happens is if you've unsubscribed from something else, and I'm not saying this is the case, but that's what I was told to try to do that. So just send an email to info at trade-ideas.com and then just the header. I want to resubscribe to Trade of the Week, and they can look at your email address and all that. Hopefully that puts an end to this. The other one was somebody said yesterday, I think it was the Dreamer, that you're not getting the emails, the GoToMeeting emails, and they said something about maybe it's your or the GoToWebinar for the webinar signups. And is it possible, they said, that your ISP is blocking it somehow now? Because it's not happening to me. I mean, I get all the notifications. I don't know how widespread it is. Okay, well, somebody else then. Somebody else who was it you? No, I don't think it was you, Paradox. No, I know. The trade of the week is ongoing, has been an ongoing issue for a long time for a lot of people. So again, just try the resubscribe to Trade Ideas as the header. Then they can take a look at your email. I mean, it's ridiculous that once they do that, I mean, everything should be okay. They did say something about Hotmail, but who the heck is on Hotmail? Really? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't help you there, Dom. I have no. I don't know. I'm in Canada, so we don't have IRA accounts. So I have no idea. Maybe somebody else can help you. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end here. Well, I was looking to short this PSNL. I'm glad I didn't now. All right, guys. I'm all out of the trip. Look at the SPY. What a nice move for the SPY here. Yeah. One moment, please. All right, guys. So what is it? 244. Let's see if there's anything else that might be FMBI. Look at this one on the move now. Man, it looks like there has to be some resistance right here for FMBI. You know, right here in that daily chart. Don't know how dynamic this is going to be though. Big float. No, the trade that's the trade of the week. No, it's completely different. Yeah, this trade you're talking at 3 p.m. Well, 3 p.m. You're talking that's at 5 p.m. Eastern time. This room closes at 3 p.m. Eastern time. His trade of the week webinar starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Completely different from the room. I should pop this in. Yeah, so if you want to sign up for all of the webinars, not just that one, all you have to do is click on my homepage link, and where it says webinars, sign up for the free daily webinars, click here, move down a bit, and daily webinars. So just put your name and your email, submit, and you should get an email with a GoToWebinar link approximately an hour before it starts. So we'll say at 4 o'clock Eastern. Okay? And if you don't attend it, that's okay. You'll get an email afterwards with the link to it, so you can watch it later on. These are all the webinars that we have, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock. You can sign up for them all. Yeah, you probably haven't got the email yet. As I say, usually it's about an hour before the webinar starts with the GoToMeeting link. It did go full stupid. Crazy, isn't it? So it shrugged off that big bottoming tail. Wow. Oh, it's gone mildly positive. And even SPWR, too bad. I mean, this looks. I mean, it looks exactly the same as JKS, doesn't it? Big bottoming tail for the daily. I thought you were going to give me a cheaper one. All right, guys. So I'll be shutting the room down around 3 o'clock. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. Oops, I got out of trip too early. Oh well. And you're right, the SPY just flushed, as you say. That's a great term. Look at this. That's the biggest candle of the day. Something's going on. No deal? No deal? Wow, I mean, that was just like, look what happened to Trip exactly the same time. Obviously mirroring the SPY. Boom. I mean, we just went negative, guys. I mean, we just went negative all the indices, just like that. Just like that. No stimulus, is that what it is? What is it real? Is it about the stimulus or is it something else? So what was it? Is he just saying no stimulus? Oh, okay. Wow. That's one big ouch. Hopefully nobody was so long in a lot of things. I mean, my goodness. I haven't seen a red candle like that in a long time. Oh man. So meanwhile, I mean, this is not political. So meanwhile, for a month, what do people do that need money? Anyway, I live in Canada, so I shouldn't intrude. But I know, but what do people do? Wow, look at this candle, big, and look at the volume. Yeah, so Mike, somebody's saying that Trump said, or the White House tweeted out that for the Republicans to stop negotiating on the stimulus, and he'll wait for him. I don't know if you were being funny, but it says he'll do a huge stimulus when he gets reelected. I don't know if you were being funny, or did he actually tweet that? Oh, jeez. Okay. That's a big candle, guys. Now there is a bottoming tail, maybe, just maybe. No, maybe not. Well, I'll be leaving at 3, so we'll see how big that candle is if there's any recovery. Any one of these can be a swing trade. Godson, I know I don't know if you. Any one of these could be a swing trade. Okay, anything you see here could, in theory, be a swing trade. An idea behind a swing trade is that when you click on an alert and you look at the daily, weekly, and monthly, okay, if there's room, then in theory, if that's how you like to trade, then you could swing it. And when I say room, I mean is there a lot of room on the daily, weekly, and monthly? There's not a lot of resistance, okay? So anything could become a swing trade. All these are making new highs for the day. I mean, look at SunPower. I mean, I don't know if it's a swing trade or not. I mean, it's pretty extended on the weekly. The only other thing is if you're looking to pick things off the bottom, that are maybe coming back. So a trend reversal up, you can take a look at something like this, okay? All right, you can take a look at that. You can take a look, and when you click on the alerts, you'll just check that daily, weekly, and monthly. And if there's room, I mean, is there room for it to come back? Then you start to say to yourself, yeah, okay, I could swing that. But anything could be a swing trade if there's room. Wow, 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 wow. Look at this. Man, I wouldn't be swinging anything now. This is big. I'm getting a lot of obviously a lot of alerts here on the downside. Wow. I mean, I got out of that trip short, I don't know, what, 5 minutes before? Right about here. Oh, man. Wow, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw something like this happen. I mean, it happens, but not so dramatically for the entire market. Me too, Mike. I cannot believe I got out of that trip short about 5 minutes before. No, no, no. It wasn't nothing to do with the AI. Nothing to do with the AI. That was something I was in before. Well, Mike, here's the deal. I might leave. I may not leave my computer. I may shut the room down, but I may just sit here and maybe try to do something on my own. No, okay. No, what happened to Smith and Wesson? I always feel sorry for Steve. Yeah, I mean it's still alive. You know, he does his trade of the week on well Tuesdays, and of course he'd like to talk about his trade of the week. And you know, up until that point, he was doing pretty well. Well, guys, listen up. I'm going to take off now. There's probably not much we're going to do unless there are some questions. I will stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I will shut the room down and see what happens tomorrow. Okay, guys. So, what a day! What a day it turned out to be. All right, guys. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern, as always. So, hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye bye.